Coming players who participate on that, and I'm glad to say here many of them have participated in the Commonwealth Games, Asian Games and the Olympics as well, and won the medal for India. Promoting the Fit India movement, which focuses on making citizens physically and mentally fit. Prime Minister says fitness ka dose, aadha ghanta roz. And this Fit India movement has actually such big tournament championship like Olympics or the Asian Games. I haven't seen across the world if any Prime Minister takes out that kind of time to engage with the players post-event and pre-event as well. On one hand, the budget has been increased 3 times in the last 10 years. On the other hand, he has been involved in this motivation, what kind of facilities we can create, how we can handhold the players. However, NCSSR, we aim to support high-level research, education and innovation in respect of high performance of elite athletes. The government through NCSSR supports 6 universities and 4 medical colleges and Center of Excellence in the country. From Khelo India to Top Scheme, the government has created a new ecosystem for the development of our players. Under these schemes, talent is being identified in a federal structure on board, and today we see a lot of member of parliaments to the MLAs. They have started organizing their own tournaments, championships in their respective areas. So kindly suggest I know this is a sports science conclave, but apart from that, I could see a lot of media person here of knowledge and understanding. For our athletes, sports science plays an important role in helping them understand their physical limitations, which uniquely enables them to understand their power and potential, giving them the courage to move towards excellence in their field. We see that the sports science bring it on their own, from the physical such conferences, going to the school colleges, to the universities, hand-holding the national sport federations and the online conclaves as well. In this day-long conclave, I'm sure you all will have stimulated and innovative conversations wherein we will understand the key role sports science play in driving the strong winds of growth, collaboration, dignity and victory for Indian sports. Our expertise in sports science research need to improve for us to be a sporting superhouse, and such events will aid in that. I would request Mr. Udit Seth and each and everyone here to help us to summarize the important issues that arise and suggestions provided by all the participants and send them to the department. We'll translate these discussions into action in a short span. Such conclave should not be one-off event, must be a part of the constant initiatives that we take to strengthen the 2036 Summer Olympics. We have shown our interest, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has already, spoken during the IOC that India is keen to host the 2030 Youth Olympics and 2036 Summer Olympics. We are on the right track. We are engaging with the Future Host Commission, and the day is not far when the Summer Olympics and the Youth Olympics will be hosted in India. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insights, your words, your commitment is a testament that for the entire sports fraternity in our country, it is the dawn of a new era. And with the commitment that you have in place, I'm sure, under the able leadership and guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, not only the vision of hosting Olympics of 2036 is going to be true, but also, as you have already stated previously, that we do aim to become one of the top 10 sporting nations in 2036 as well. Thank you very much, sir, for your insights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would humbly request Shri Udit Seth ji to kindly felicitate Honorable Minister Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji. I would request now Shri Seth to kindly felicitate Srimati Sujata Chaturvedi ji. sheet to kindly felicitate Shri Abhinav Bindraji. I would request Shri Sheet to kindly felicitate Srimati Anju Bobby George. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our inaugural session. We are once again truly thankful to our Honorable Minister for his delightful presence. Our Secretary Sports, thank you very much, Madam, for your insights and for your presence and your support in making this first ever Bharat Sports Science Conclave Vision 2036 possible. I would also like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Shri Abhinav Bindraji and Shri
नहीं भी चल रहा उसके बाद
जैसे मैं तुम्हें सोच रहा हूँ ऊपर ठा दूँ भाई, ऊपर ठा रहा मैं तुझे।
Alright, so once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I would request everybody to kindly walk in and settle down. We have everybody to kindly walk in and settle down. As we begin with a special talk on the topic of integrity and fair play, anti-doping awareness session by National Anti-Doping Agency, NADA. Ladies and gentlemen, as I request you to take your seats, I would invite our speaker of the session to kindly join us on stage. But before that, आप सभी से अनुरोध है कृपया अपने आसन ग्रहण कर लें. We are going to start the session now. सभी से अनुरोध है, हमारे सारे अतिथि, हमारे सारे participants जो अभी हॉल के बाहर हैं, may you please walk in. I would request all of you to please help us to be on time and start all the sessions on time. I would request everybody to once again settle down. As we begin with the session, I would invite our speaker, Mr. Virendra Rajput, Senior Project Associate, National Anti-Doping Agency, NADA, to please come on stage and begin his talk. We'll also have a Q&A session towards the end of the session. I would request everybody, if you may please give a round of applause and welcome.
भाई जूम का कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, वो ज़्यादा रिप्लेस होगा। यार ये लाइट क्यों आ रही है यार बीच में?
Good morning. I'm very pleased to be present here, and I thank the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports and the NCSSR for organizing this conclave, and I also thank you all for your presence. Today I shall be presenting some perspectives about what the National Anti-Doping Agency is, what is doping and what the agency does in terms of doping, anti-doping. But before we delve into what is doping, let us see a few perceptions that people generally have about NADA. Whenever one hears about NADA, the first things that come to our mind are doping scandals, drugs, sample collections, tests, bans, sanctions, all of these negative kind of things. So today let us decode what actually NADA is. So as we proceed, we shall see what NADA is, what it does, and what doping and anti-doping rule violations are. So NADA, or the National Anti-Doping Agency, was established in 2005 as an autonomous agency under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, the Government of India, and as the apex body for the promotion of anti-doping activities in India. NADA spearheads the fight against doping and is at the forefront of safeguarding integrity in India. And among the various responsibilities that NADA has, NADA conducts sample collection from athletes in terms of urine and blood samples, which is further sent for testing to the laboratory. NADA promotes anti-doping education and research in anti-doping, conducts legal and results management and cooperation through international cooperation. So coming to what is doping. In the sporting context, doping is the use of a prohibited substance, sporting performance, and anti-doping rule violations or ADR code. So let's see what these ADRBs are. Since in an athlete sample, to evading sample collection, whereabouts failures, tampering in the process of sample collection, possession or trafficking of prohibited substances, administration, complicity, prohibited association, and also retaliation. Now, although some of these are more specific to athletes, for example, the presence of a substance in an athlete sample or evading sample collection, but there are many others that are also applicable to us as stakeholders in anti-doping. When the results management process takes place, the athlete they also have a right to a legal hearing, disciplinary panel. They can present there. If unsuccessful, athletes may get sanctions that range from a reprimand up to at least 4 years for their first violation, depending. In case of second or multiple violations, athletes may also get bans ranging from bans. So these sanctions are very serious and may have a detrimental impact to the anti-doping process, beginning from notification or sample collection up to the sanctions. But at NADA, we believe that an athlete's first experience to anti-doping should be from education rather than through a doping control process. So NADA makes a lot of initiatives towards anti-doping education. For example, among the many others, NADA has conducted event-based education and continuously does. We have live TV sessions in cooperation with NCERT for educating the youth. There are online webinars, as well as there are messages to spread awareness and education about anti-doping. In this initiative, NADA has also developed an application called Know Your Medicine. You may use this application, athletes, stakeholders, doctors, physicians, anybody. This app is available on Google Play Store and also as a web application. Using this application, one can look for the medicines if they are before they are consuming to verify if they are prohibited in sport or not. Now, finally, after talking a lot about NADA and doping, now I come to the main aspect of this presentation today. That is the collective stakeholder responsibility. Now, sport today has a very diverse community, ranging from athletes to physicians, lawyers, support personnel, coaches, all of them. And we all, in our own unique roles, have a moral responsibility to ensure that level playing field is maintained and there is integrity in sport. So today, I take this opportunity to call all of you, to invite you to play your part and collaborate with NADA to bring about a change in anti-doping. Collective responsibility is very crucial to uphold the principles, because doping is not a sport-specific issue, although it is generally considered as such. But there have been many studies that clearly state that doping has become a social problem. So it is a problem that goes beyond the sport and also affects our youth. So that is why it is very important that we collectively come together to uphold the values of sport and integrity. And how can you contribute? What role can you play in this anti-doping movement? As stakeholders, as coaches,
specific testing of specific athletes, is it possible, or you still go by randomness?
No, sir. If the federation gives us any recommendations, we are open to recommendations, but it's through our standard operating procedure. The action taken is through our SOP, but we are open to recommendations from not only from federations but from everyone around. If there is any suspicion, every information that comes in is thoroughly processed and looked after.
Okay. And now, what is there any kind of future thinking in NADA regarding a large number of shops which are selling all kinds?
Directly does not come under the before to.
For this very insightful talk. Thank you very much. And nutrition. First of all, I would welcome G. Vani Bhushanam G, Olympics medalist. Our moderator of the session, Ms. Vartika Singhal, Wellness and Performance Dietitian. ladies and gentlemen, joining us, Sundar, to kindly take it from here. Thank you very much. And I would request our speakers to kindly take their seats.
And athletic performance has garnered significant attention with two athletes, Virat Kohli, Sunil Chhetri, Serena Williams, Lewis Hamilton, have shown to achieve high performance while following a vegetarian diet. Today, we have assembled a panel of experts who will share their insights, experiences, and expertise on this fascinating topic. We will delve into the unique nutritional considerations for athletes following a vegetarian diet, explore practical strategies for optimizing performance, and address common mistakes while following a vegetarian diet.
I'd like to start the exclusivities that go into the terminology. So here we are not strictly focusing on the vegan kind of a diet system, since the word mentions vegetarian, so it is inclusive of milk. And to some extent, some people include even egg and fish, custom-based, into the vegetarian. And therefore, having that assessment done, need assessment done, getting the calories in the first place, the macronutrients, proteins, and the fats are very much possible. Unlike what is the presumption that protein cannot be structured into the per se is a good protein source, which is invariably a vegetarian diet is for calcium, iron. Again, we get it through many sources that are plant-based, and including milk and egg. We have the concerns for iodine, which can be accessed through salt, which is a fortified salt. The concerns are for iron. Iron can be through plant-based foods. The dry fruits per se are good sources. Therefore, it is all about meeting those needs. There is an exception, barring this particular nutrient. The rest of the nutrients can be met, provided they have a milk and egg based.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I have a
यहाँ पर बुलाने के लिए और अपनी बातें रखने के लिए। वैसे तो यहाँ इस सभा में सभी मुझसे ज़्यादा समझदार और अपने स्पोर्ट्स से संबंधित बहुत बड़ा एक्सपीरियंस है, लेकिन मैं जिस परिवार से आया हूँ, जिस ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से आया हूँ, और जो जिस धर्म से मेरा बिलोंग है, हिंदुओं से, हिंदू से, तो हमें सीधा सिखाया जाता है कि शाकाहारी जीवन हमें अपनाना चाहिए, और लाखों हजारों लोगों ने अपनाया भी है। और खासकर जो स्पोर्ट्स से जो रिलेटेड पर्सन आते हैं, वो ज़्यादातर गांव से ही आते हैं, तो गांवों में जाकर शाकाहारी ही भोजन चलता है, और उसी को ध्यान रखते हुए कुछ जब स्पोर्ट्स में एंट्री करते हैं और नेशनल टीम में सिलेक्शन होता है और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर जाते हैं, तो ज़्यादातर यूरोपियन कंट्रियों में पता चलता है कि शाकाहारी भोजन खाने को नहीं मिलता है। तो ऐसा जो चैलेंजेस आता है, स्टार्टिंग में मेरे पास भी चैलेंजेस आया जब मैं फर्स्ट इंटरनेशनल गया, तो वहाँ ब्रेड मिला जो कि ज़्यादातर हम नहीं खाते हैं, लेकिन जब मैं वहाँ रहा और लंबा टाइम भूखा रहा और दूध और ब्रेड से और फ्रूट्स के सारे ही मैंने पूरा टूर्नामेंट निकाला, तो पता चला कि एक अलग चैलेंजेस होगा वेज और नॉन वेज के बीच में। लड़ाई यहाँ दो कंपटीशन लोगों के बीच में नहीं है, दो एथलीट्स के बीच में नहीं है, बल्कि हमें खाने के बीच में भी कंपटीशन करना होगा। तो मैंने अपना स्ट्रक्चर चेंज करा और जो अपनी मदर को बताया कि मेरे साथ ऐसा हुआ यूरोपियन कंट्रियों में और खाने के लिए हमारे पास अन्न नहीं था, तो उन्होंने बड़ा मुझ पर हंसे और कहा कि आपने मुझे बताया है ये प्रॉब्लम मेरी है और देखिए आपके साथ क्या जादू होगा। तो श्री अन्न जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी बोलते हैं, श्री अन्न यानी मोटा अनाज, उसके बारे में हमारे जो बुजुर्ग लोग हैं बेखूबी जानते हैं। तो मेरी मदर ने मुझे श्री अन्न आटे से एक लड्डू बनाया और मुझे दिया कि जब भी आपको भूख लगे ये आप दूध के साथ आप इस्तेमाल कीजिए, और पुष्ट एनर्जी के साथ मैं रेडी होता था प्लेटफॉर्म पर। तो ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट जो हमें मिला है, ये मार्केटिंग का खेल है कि B12, B ओमेगा 3, विटामिन, मिनरल्स, ये ठीक है, एक साइंस कहता है कि एक एथलीट्स के पास ये सब चीज़ बॉडी में होना चाहिए, लेकिन मेरा अपना ये सोचना है, मैं भी उसमें ग्रस्त हो गया था उस दौरान कि हमें नॉन वेज मिलना चाहिए और शरीर बूस्ट होगा। लेकिन जब मैं गहराई से शूटिंग में करना शुरू करा तो मुझे पता चला कि शूटिंग जो गेम है हमारा अदर गेम से काफ़ी अलग है, शांत रहने का है इसमें। और तो जो मैं नॉन वेज शुरू मैंने किया, क्योंकि मुझे खाने में ट्रेनिंग लेने में उसे पूरा 2 महीना लगा, अब मैं उसे जब भी खाता तो अंदर से ऐसा लगता है कि अंदर से कुछ मर रहा है, कि अंदर से मैंने जैसे सुसाइड कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन विजन बड़ा था, ओलंपिक पैरालंपिक में मेडल लेना है। तो मैंने बचपन में ये भी सीखा है, मेरे दादाजी श्री सुविधा सुमेरा जी सेकंड और फर्स्ट इंडियन वर्ल्ड वार में उन्होंने इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करा, तो वो बोलते थे कि बेटा खिलाड़ी ने कभी उसी को हाथ नहीं लगाया, लेकिन जब स्पोर्ट्स में आया, जब वो खाने लगा तो खाता था लेकिन अंदर कुछ मरता था। और नट्स से आपके, चिया सीड से आपके, तो जब उन सबका मैंने खाना शुरू करा और अपने ज़रूरत के हिसाब से समय के अनुसार उनको खाना शुरू करा, तो मुझे कई बार मैं इंडिया में पड़ा और मैं अंदर से मर रहा हूँ धीरे धीरे। तो मैं ऐसा ना करूँ, तो श्री अन्य मुझे बचाया है। और शायद उसी प्रताप की वजह से, उसी शक्ति की वजह से मैं पहला ऐसा एथलीट्स बना जो शूटिंग में एक साथ 2 मेडल लाने में कामयाब हुआ। तो विचार मायने रखते हैं और काम कर। आप अगर कुछ खा रहे हैं कुछ फायदे के लिए और आप अंदर से मर रहे हैं, तो वो आपको खाना फायदा नहीं देगा, चाहे वो कितनी भरपूर एनर्जी से मिला हुआ है आपको। और फिर मैं ये भी बोल देते हैं कि ये वेस्ट ना हो जाए और आपके होटल तक शानदार पहुँचे, आपकी टेबल तक, खाने की टेबल तक वो तरोताज़ा बना रहा है। लेकिन जो फल से हमें घरों में हमारे वातावरण के अनुसार जो हमें आसानी से उपलब्ध हो रहा है, तो बहुत मायने रखता है ये चीज़।
Thank you so much. Since Mr. Deepak Chahal could not join us today on the panel, he has sent his video bite. We have asked him where could be the key nutrient that could be a concern in a vegetarian diet. So can we have the video, please?
Is being vegetarian better? No. What you like to eat? You need certain amount of protein and vitamins in your body as an athlete or as a normal person. You can take it from non-veg food or veg food. Totally depends what you like. Non-vegetarian also need protein. Vegetarians also need protein. It's just the source of the taking protein is different. It's easy if you're a non-vegetarian. It's still difficult for a vegetarian because you have to be very disciplined veggies and you have to avoid a lot of things. But if you're a vegetarian food, you have to one thing I've experienced in my life, because I was a vegetarian till I was 21, then I turned to be a non-vegetarian because that really helps. If you're a vegetarian, you need to take more. If you're a non-vegetarian, you wake up, you can go and take that protein from egg and chicken. And obviously you need to be, if you're an elite athlete, you need to see from where you're buying your products, because that has to be safe. I think it's for everyone, it has to be safe. If you're sure about it, then you go ahead, because health is very important.
My next question is for Vani ma'am. Ma'am, do you think that there are specific strategies or meal timing or composition of the food that needs to be taken care of while following a vegetarian diet to optimize recovery?
It is not only a vegetarian diet. Any athlete would require a specific timing, because the International Olympic Committee in its consensus statement has said that the timing, the nutrient composition will profoundly influence sports performance. That's the IOC consensus statement. So the diet, the quantity and the timing of the meal invariably will have a larger impact on how the athlete is performing. So when we take it bit by bit, when we say timing, it all depends on how each of the nutrient interacts with the other nutrient. So for example, we take 2 classical examples of an iron and a calcium combination. Iron and calcium do not coexist or do not have a good bioavailability with each other. Therefore, ingestion of a calcium and an iron together doesn't match. So that's where the timing comes in. The also iron along with vitamin C, this is another example. So each of the nutrient has its own interaction with the other nutrient, and also the drug or any other component metabolite which is being ingested. So this is one thing that definitely comes from soya, which is a plant-based protein. It is 36.9 grams per 100 grams, which is 36.9%, as against milk, which is 3.6%. It is almost 10 times higher in terms of the quantity. If we look in terms of the quantities, the plant-based protein have higher quantity than the animal-based proteins. trying to adjust or readjust the protein base of a plant-based diet or a plant-based nutrient in order to maximize bioavailability is where the entire game is. So it's actually the nutritionist's job to integrate all these factors so that the maximum optimal nutrient, we always consume it in complex when it comes to food. I'm not here mentioning about single nutrient supplements because now these days supplements also come in multi-nutrient patterns. There are very few supplements which come as a single nutrient. They come in combinations in the market. Therefore, food should always be seen as a nutrient complex food and planning it in such a way that the bioavailability is enhanced for the athlete is what should be the larger scale of thought in the planning process.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mr. Sainraj, next question for you is, क्योंकि आपने इतना extensive travel किया है, आपको कोई ऐसी practical tips हमारे budding athletes को बताना चाहेंगे जो ध्यान रखनी है when they are following a vegetarian diet?
बताएं, काफ़ी टफ शब्द है, मैं तो इतना नहीं जानता, लेकिन मैं इतना जानता हूँ कि वो वेजिटेबल में सब आपको भरपूर प्रोटीन हमें चाहिए बहुत ज़्यादा। तो शरीर का कितना परसेंट चाहिए? 70 से 80% हमें 80 ग्राम पर डे का प्रोटीन चाहिए। तो वेज में वो सभी आपको आसानी से मिल जाएगा। जैसे फल में अमरूद ले लीजिए आप, अमरूद एक ऐसा फल है जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा प्रोटीन होता है। पोटासियम आपको मिल गया, जिंक मिल गया, फास्फोरस मिल गया, तो आपके पेट के लिए और आपके शरीर को बूस्ट करने के लिए, एनर्जी के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा फायदेमंद है। फल को जितना आप सीधा खाएंगे, मैं फल को जूस बना के कभी नहीं खाता, क्योंकि जूस बना के आपने ले लिया तो वो पानी और शुगर रहा। आपको लिक्विड वो मिला, शुगर मिला, उस फल को आप सीधा खाइए, तो वो सीधा खाने से जो फायदा आपको मिलेगा वो आपको जूस में नहीं मिलेगा। नेचुरल जितना आप खाओगे उतना ज़्यादा अच्छा होगा। दूसरा, मैं जब भी आप इंटरनेशनल जाता हूँ तो वहाँ खाने की दिक्कत होती है, स्वाभाविक है। तो हम इंडियंस ज़्यादातर परेशान रहते हैं कि बाहर क्या खाएंगे। तो मैदा का जो सेवन है वो मैं नहीं करता और नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम यहाँ नहीं खा रहे इंडिया में, वहाँ जाके खाए तो आप एक डिफरेंस बेकरी का जो आइटम मिलता है तो आपके एनर्जी का लेवल डाउन कर देगा और आपके पेट जो पाचन तंत्र है उसको एक अलग संघर्ष करना पड़ेगा उसको पचाने के लिए। लेकिन आपने स्वादिष्ट समझ के उसे खा लिया कि नहीं, खा लेते हैं। हमारे यहाँ ब्लैक टी नहीं पीते हैं, लेकिन हम मैंने देखता हूँ अपने साथियों को जब यूरोप में जाते हैं तो कॉफ़ी की शानदार मशीन मिलती है ब्लैक टी, लेकिन हम यहाँ नहीं पीते। हम यहाँ टी पीते हैं, लेमन टी पीते हैं, ग्रीन टी पीते हैं। वो हम चेंज कर देते हैं, जिसकी वजह से हमारा स्पोर्ट्स पे असर पड़ता है। कई बार देखा है मैंने, तो वो चीज़ हमें नहीं करना चाहिए। जो आप रूटीन में यहाँ खा रहे हैं वो आप वहाँ भी खा सकते हैं। लेकिन फिर मैंने ये भी देखा है बहुत से न्यूट्रिशन को वो फ़ोन करते हैं, सिंगराज जी आपके लिए कुछ एक्स्ट्रा हम आइटम पैक करा दें, शायद वहाँ खाना ना मिले। मैंने भी देखा एक दो बार, मैंने कि वहाँ भाई कर लेते हैं, तो मैंने उसका साइड इफेक्ट देखा। मैंने ढोकला का जो है गुजरात का वो आता है पैकेट में बंद आता है और बहुत सारे आइटम आते हैं, नाम तो मैं नहीं लेना चाहूँगा, मैं नहीं चाहता वो कंपनी बंद हो, 1000 लोगों को रोजगार ही मिलता है। लेकिन जब वो वहाँ मैंने खाया तो मेरी बॉडी का थॉट और उसके एनर्जी लेवल अलग था और मैं वो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं दे पाया जो परफॉर्मेंस मैं यहाँ दिया। तो मैंने देखा कि ये चेंज हो रहा है खाने की वजह से। मेरा सिस्टम्स, मेरा कोच ने मुझे सिखाया और मैंने जो मेहनत करा वो रिजल्ट मुझे वहाँ नहीं मिला, सिर्फ खाने की वजह से। तो मैंने यहाँ पे लड्डू बनाया, एक बादाम, अखरोट, काजू, पिस्ता वगैरह सब डाल के और उसके मखाने का आटा बना के उसके अंदर एक उसका ड्राई फ्रूट का बनाया। एक मैंने स्पेशल मोटे अनाज का बनाया जिसे श्री अन्न कहते हैं, जिसमें बाजरा, ज्वार, जौ और चना, उसमें ये बूस्ट करा। अब वहाँ खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं, तो जो मैंने वो नॉन वेज तो खाई वास्तविक है, अंदर जो आत्मा बैठी है वो कहती है ईश्वर यहाँ है, हमने महसूस करते हैं उसे अपने दिल के अंदर। तो मैंने कहा नहीं खाना है, तो अंदर से 2 लड्डू निकाला और मैंने खाया, रिपीट करा फर्स्ट मेडल। मैंने महसूस नहीं करा कि मैं भूखा हूँ और मैं कुछ नहीं खाया मैंने। तो मेरा सिर्फ यही कहना है कि सब कुछ हमें हमारे अन्न में मिल जाता है। वो आप सूखा सब्जी खा सकते हो, सूखा चिकन नहीं खा सकते। तो बेनिफिट जो है वो सबसे ज़्यादा नॉन वेज रहने में है। और प्रकृति ने बताया भी है, देखिए ये समुद्र किनारे पे जो लोग बसे हुए हैं, जहाँ बर्फ़ ज़्यादा पड़ रही है, जहाँ अन्न है, लेकिन जहाँ अन्न उगरा है, जहाँ फल और फ्रूट बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो प्रकृति ने हमें उस मिट्टी में पैदा किया है जिस मिट्टी में वो अन्न पैदा हो रहा है। तो हमारा प्रकृति का जब मेल एक होगा तो विकास होगा, सीधी सी बात। अगर हम मार्केटिंग के दम पे और कहीं अदर कंट्री का बर्फ का पला हुआ कोई व्यक्ति न्यूट्रिशन बनकर यहाँ आपको कहे शिवराज जी ये खाइए, और मैं यहाँ मिट्टी में जिसमें पैदा हुआ हूँ और मुझे उसने बिना जाने मेरी बिना रिक्वायरमेंट दिए मुझ पर अचीवमेंट कर लिया, तो मैं तो मेरा गोल तो 0 हो जाएगा। तो ये तालमेल
Food preference is completely the domain. Trust on them, what and it is very much world top class level. Switching from a different food preference to a vegetarian preference, they have possible because I myself have the way that they would want to start. It is absolutely their concern and their choice, and it is the nutritionist's responsibility to meet all the nutrients whichever the athlete needs for that particular sport and their activity and exercises which they are taking up.
Thank you for your enriching inputs.
Each of these plant-based milk that is available. Plant-based milk, soya milk is the option that would have with the highest preference. Coconut milk, if it is the objective is to have high protein, then coconut milk is not a good option to look for. Yes, it is a good option for then soy milk would be the best choice within the milks that are available in the market.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I am Sunil Kumar. I represent an organization which is into honey for last 30 years, and we have been exporting it from the country to different parts of the world. We are the first company to sell to Japan also. So during my course of 26 years of food journey, I have seen that testing is a big also. Lead is there, copper is there, excessive other metals are there. So how do you ensure that? Thank you.
That's the primary body factors, all the anti-consumer factors. In addition to this, there are a large scale of indigenous home kits available where each of them can be used, which is so adulteration part and
good morning, myself. I am currently a master's student from Delhi Pharmacy.
So this question I will go a little bit into the biochemistry part of vitamin B12, because if we look at vitamin B12, actually vitamin B is a cobalt vitamin. It contains cobalt as a mineral majorly. It binds with protein. That's where we get our cobalamines. So usually for vitamin B12 to be absorbed and be bioavailable, it requires a release of the bound protein from the cobalamine. So that's how the metabolic pathway goes through. So whether the athletes are vitamin B12 deficient, even though they consume milk, when I say vegetarian, most of them are lacto-vegetarians. Okay. So vitamin B12 deficiency per se in athletes is found both in the vegetarian, though it is an animal-based source, it's categorized as a vegetarian diet. Therefore, most of the Indians are not vegans. Most of them are vegetarian. It's the absorption in the intestine. That is actually where the actual root cause is evident in these days. I mean, that's the reason that has been most often cited. So we have to see, when I was mentioning, as the question was also asked, the timing of how you ingest the food and how you space it out between the nutrients is a tricky situation where it has to be sorted out for the deficiency of exercise that they go through. So by and large, if we say the requirement for a runner on an average across the board is between 1.6 grams. This is the amount we've already know and assess. This is the amount of protein that is advisable. Given the nutrition periodization that takes place, which is broken down into macro and meso cycles, because it is broken down as not one as a total period, it is broken down into training plans of competitive, preparatory phase and competitive phase, and further down into macro and mesocycles. So you will have to fit in that protein depending on the training load. And it is easy and it is always possible and it is feasible to incorporate 2.2 grams of protein, which is the maximum, into an athlete's diet in a given week. It is practically possible because I have a runner who for some reason has switched from a, because earlier he was by belief and custom at the home was a vegetarian, switched to non-vegetarian because of the peer pressure, and then wanted to switch back to vegetarian food. He has been successful. He has been able to compete at a very high level. So I don't think that switching or moving from or having a disadvantage of a vegetarian or non-vegetarian would make a big difference.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this and sticking to the timelines, we would end the session. And throughout our conversation, we have explored the dynamic relation between nutrition and athletic performance with a specific focus on the potential of vegetarian diets to fuel success on the playing field and beyond. On behalf of our panelists and organizers, I want to thank you once again for having us here.
Thank you very much to all our panelists and our moderator, Ms. Singhal. That was a very insightful session. I'm sure all of you will agree, and thank you all for the excellent participation as well. I would invite onto the dais Brigadier Dr. B.K. Nayak, Director in Charge, National Center for Sports, Science and Research, to kindly felicitate our panelists and our moderator, Brigadier Dr. B.K. Nayak. Very good morning, sir, and welcome. I would request you to kindly felicitate Madam G. Vani Bhushanam, Lead Nutritionist, Sports Authority of India. Dietitian and founder, NutriAhar. Thank you very much. I once again thank our eminent panelists and our moderator for this wonderful session. I would request them to kindly take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a quick tea break of 10 minutes. I would request everybody to please join us back by 11:45 a.m. at the max. We'll be starting with our next panel discussion, the topic being Mission Olympics 2036, importance of training, load monitoring and periodization in long-term athlete development. Request you to please stick to the time and join us back by 11:45 maximum. Thank you very much.
फिर भी हमें भेजना तो सच बताऊँ ना, थिएटर यहाँ जाना मजा आ जाएगा, थिएटर यहाँ से मजा आ जाएगा। अभी नहीं माना यार, अपने पास बहुत बड़ी हमने प्लानिंग नहीं करी ना, सारी चीज प्रॉपर रखनी चाहिए, कल नहीं लेता ना हम मिला पाए। देखिए यार जरा वहाँ आ जाओ, ठीक है, देख बैटरी भी देख ले इसकी, वो तो लगी रहा, चार्ज तो ही रहा है। मैं सोच रहा चार्ज है अभी 80% बैटरी है। अरे इस 1-1.5 घंटा ट्रांसमीटर में तो है, मैं अगर इससे मेरे समझ नहीं पा रहा तो मैं चार्जर हटा के अगर घूमने लगा लगू, मैं सोच रहा
एक बार साइड में रखो फिर
है।
should not aggravate. So what happens that sports practitioners have to monitor injuries very well. And once an injured athlete is coming back, protocols for return to play. In tops, we have got all these protocols and we are strictly monitoring this kind of thing. I think I have spoken enough. So with that, I will stop and I will let the panelists to go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this insightful talk. Now, may I have the honor of moving to the left, that is Mr. Rahul Bose. As all of us know, he has got a very checkered career in the field of acting, but as we have seen, apart from being a very successful rugby player, he has been a key figure when it comes to Indian rugby. He has fostered growth of Indian rugby, as well as he has been Mr. Rahul, why I am saying this, because I have the privilege of interacting with a lot of senior rugby players from Delhi. So I was heading the sports medicine department at the sub-division. So every time a rugby player walks in, the moment we ask something, he has got heaps of praise for you, because they say once their national camp is there, I believe you go station yourself. You are there for the morning session, evening session, for that strength training session. That speaks volumes about your involvement with them. And I cannot tell you how motivated they feel when you are there on the field with them during these national camps. Now moving on to the question for you. As all of us know, rugby is a very, very intense physical game. It is known for its mauls, scrums, tackles. Apart from that, it is a collaborative make sure that you play to your device or pre-planned strategy as well as the tactics. Sir, in preparation to this 2036, where most of the players will be getting into our system to prepare for 2036 Olympics, what will be your views? How do we integrate the
flirting with jail time, possible in the social worlds that they grew up in, flirting with alcohol, drugs. And so you'll have some of the most gifted players on the planet today talking to you about how rugby saved them. That's not the raison d'etre of the sport. But it's a sport that does attract and does wonders for people like that. So you wonder why we haven't talked about the mental side, because it was an inverted contact sport. But for a contact team sport, and I'll explain, has to work together through. In cricket, you can score 300 runs to be on the same psychological page. Understand what I'm saying? Even hockey, even soccer, you don't have to be. Even soccer, you don't have to be on the same psychological page. In rugby, if you're not, the team is dead. Wayne is South African. You played rugby? Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. What does it mean? Every single team player has to confess, improve. Rugby sevens is not a position-specific game. Anyone can play in any position at any point of time. So what happens then is not that I'm here because I'm this position and I get my psychological nutrition from the fact that I can do this, nobody else can. No. So there are 14 people on that field doing the same thing. Not even football, not even hockey. You see what I mean now? Here there are 14 people on that field doing the same thing. So apart from equalizing physically, as Commander said, getting everybody, in terms of periodization and training and load and all of that, psychologically, how do we actually get everybody on this? First and foremost, we prioritize the cultivation of foundational skills. I'm still talking psychologically, nothing physically. Self-awareness, where are you on that scale? Self-confidence, where are you on that scale? Instilling discipline, which we do, there's no scale to that. And igniting what motivation could, you're never going to come back here again. We don't know. many people in this room who are pretending to listen by looking at me aren't listening. No, one second. I'll explain. But there are some people who are doodling on a piece of paper and listening very intently. We have different ways of listening. There's not one way. So the first thing, we fortify the bonds between players. It's not easy to say, but it's not easy to do. What is the team's identity? If you look at the All Blacks, or look at any famous sporting team in the world, there'll be an identity. Do you buy into that? How do you effectively communicate with each other? You'll be amazed how few people in a team sport actually talk to each other. You can keep playing FIFA till the cows come home, but finally on that field, if you're not going to communicate clearly to me that I am here, pass the ball to me, and I am at the pinnacle of all of this is the refinement of your performance skills. And here, what you need in rugby is laser-like focus. Abhinav Bindra has that. Every great winner in sport has that. But here in rugby is laser-like focus amidst the chaos and the danger of the game. How are you going to really keep focused on that? So one of the lessons I remember learning playing for India at the time was the best way to actually get perfect peripheral vision is to look straight. Don't look around to see what's around you. Just focus on a point ahead of you, and if anything moves in your 180 degree or 200 degree field of vision, you'll spot it. Try it. So there's that. Laser-like focus amidst the chaos of the game. I've written here, regulate your emotions under pressure. The word to look at here is regulate, not control. Regulate your emotion under pressure. How much of it should you let go, and how much of it should you keep? How much of it is constructive to feel, to let it course through your system, and when does it become destructive? And finally, to make split-second decisions with unwavering clarity in the middle of the chaos. I'll repeat the three. To start with, how are you going to maintain your laser-like focus? The fact that you have to just collect the ball, don't drop that ball, amidst chaos and danger. Second, how to regulate your emotions, to use them correctly, judiciously, only you know how to, under pressure. And finally, make split-second decisions with unwavering clarity. These, apart from all of this, is on the field. Off the field, which is often tougher. Off the field is often tougher to actually get athletes to, I'll give you a small example. I told the national nutritionist, find out what our players are eating in the off-season. And we got answers, this was specifically with the women. And we got answers like, meat machi khate hain. We eat fish, we eat meat. Yeah, protein, etc. And that was it. Really? It's expensive. It's hundreds of rupees a kilo. How do they afford this? Because rugby players are the poorest in the country. I haven't seen players poorer than players who play rugby. So I said, are you sure? Have another word with them. It took her 3 months. It took her 3 months to finally penetrate and come to the truth. And so that the players could trust her. And finally, it boiled down to the fact that our players who had beaten Hong Kong in the last week, our players who are now ranked number 9 or 10th in the world in Asia, depending on which tournament you look at, are basically eating dal chawal. Another reality in Indian families is that the breadwinner eats first, the boys eat next, the girls eat third, and the mother eats last. Then off the field, what we look at is to just build. You talk. It's simple. So just to get them to speak, to share, for me, is to go into a player's house. And in rugby, it means you catch a plane to a city, they just come out to greet you and you're thinking, who's here? And they're like, no, you're the first person who's come to our village in 50 years. These are true stories. I think to myself, and this boy plays for India. This boy was the captain of the team that beat Hong Kong last week. How am I going to hold on to this boy? So for that boy to then come out and speak and trust when his parents are crying at home, partly out of happiness, partly out of fear. If they lose their son to injury, gone, finished. Not lose their son's life. He just won't be able to nourish them financially for the rest of their lives. It's all that. So when you start to talk to boys and girls and women and men like that, for them to start to talk about their lives, they're going to have to receive 20 years of pressure, pain, straitened circumstances. And if you're not willing to listen, it's not going to happen. Which is why the most important thing for me is to make sure it sometimes is just enough in India to show up. You go to his village, he's got enough energy for the next 10 years. Without doing anything. Can you imagine? That's how little it takes in this country. Check. So that's the ecosystem I'm just trying to paint of what it means to be a rugby player and psychologically.
Very heartening to listen to India's president's side of story, how he has gone beyond the conventional steps to look into the lives of his players, and he's trying to make sure they are sticking to the games. Thank you very much. Thank you. I move to the next panelist, Ms. Deepthi. She is the CEO of Go Sports Foundation. This is one of the foundations which has been the forefront in the Indian sports, which nurtures and supports deserving Indian athletes who sports, and she has literally helped them to move on to the international podiums with the wholehearted support and wholesome support to the athletes. And one of the forte of their foundation has been that they have been supporting the para-athletes intensely. So again, a big round of applause for her. And I happened to meet her way back in 2016 in the Rio Paralympics. I could see her, again, sense of involvement with each and every athlete. And that's how, again, I've seen like how her foundation has been supporting our athletes. And the question for her will be, you have got more of a para-athletes and the able-bodied also, but how do you ensure the para-athletes their training loads are monitored and they are not going into a kind of, because they have got their inherent challenges. And how do you ensure that they are trained in an optimal manner so that the adaptive advantage is always there on our side?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think after Garg speaking and giving us the technical side of periodization and planning, and Rahul talking about psychological safety and what it means to be an athlete, I'll come to your question, but I think the most important element, and this is something I'm attempting to do at every place I speak, is there are so many different conclaves happening today, so many different people coming together, but most of the times we forget we all exist because of the athlete, right? And a lot of the times we plan and we put in processes and systems and we'll get to different levels, but we've actually never spoken to the athlete. So I think our attempt at Go Sports has really been to put the athlete at the center of all our decision making and our processes and systems, and it's helped us. We've learned a lot today when we speak about para-athletes or able-bodied athletes. We currently work with about 220 athletes who get financial scholarships from us. We just turned 15 years in September last year, so it's been quite a journey. And there are lots of different people who've been part of this journey. We obviously could not have
been able to do it on our own because we are not the experts in terms of sports science or in terms of nutrition. Our attempt is to bring the best people in the country, just someone to talk to, right? And I think we spoke about listening. That is something my colleagues and my team and all of us, we attempt to do. Because most of the time when an athlete is winning, there are lots of people around that athlete. But when an athlete loses, they're all alone. When an athlete is injured, they're all alone. So sit with them. So, given this is such an important topic and we're talking about sports science and research, understanding our athletes as human beings first, and I think adding on to what Rahul said, right, that taking that time and effort to just show that you're there. Because what they do on the field, I think most of us cannot replicate. And that's why they are on that side, most of them, and we are, helping them. We are really their support team. It's lovely to have people who've played the sport today who've come back and giving back. I think that's so lovely to see. Garg sir himself, Rahul, Wayne has also done that. Gayak sir. So I think the fact that we've all played at different levels and we're able to understand how lonely that journey is and how do you provide the support. So one is obviously psychological safety, one is just emotional support, one is just being there at the time of loss, and they have more losses than wins, more downs than ups. And today, when you talk about sports psychology, at least athletes are open to it. But I think a lot of us played many of those roles in the early years without realizing that we're not trained or equipped, but we just listen to them. Right? Today we have lots of people who are able to guide them and help them understand. So when you talk about sports science, there are so many elements that come into it, whether it's psychological safety, nutrition, psychology, your body, how are you feeling, emotional well-being, right? And these are some of the things athletes, we have to ask them because the pressure that they go through to perform. So just to give an example, we have our high performance director from shooting here, and he's probably seen that change amongst athletes in shooting. When Abhinav won, my numbers may be a little off, but when Abhinav won, the nationals used to go on for 3 to 4 days. That was the number of players who had taken up shooting. After he won and after the rest of medals that came in today, nationals happened for 15, 18 days with over 3,000 people playing. Right? So the sport has grown, awareness is there, but how do you take care of 3,000, 4,000 youngsters? And you're talking about 2036. Your 13, 14, 15-year-old is going to probably be participating at the Olympics and the Paralympics. So the rules are the same whether you're working with an able-bodied athlete or a para-athlete. What we have learned is the only thing para-athletes want is to treat them like a human being. That's it. They don't want extra attention. They don't want... In fact, there was this one example where one of our athletes went during the games for a quick haircut, and her escort was sitting next to her, and the person who was cutting her hair asked the guy, the escort of there, what kind of haircut does she want? She just turned around and said, my mind is completely functional. I just happen to sit on a wheelchair. I'll tell you exactly the haircut that I want. Right? So sometimes in the attempt of sympathy, we forget all they want is to be treated like you and me. And so, yes, you have to take care of their diet, their food. A lot of them, who have probably disability, waist below or neck below, there are different challenges that they have. So obviously periodization, how they train, the access. Some of them need 2, 3, 4 people to lift them from a wheelchair to just go to the loop and come back. Right? So the kind of team and effort that is required may be many, many more than an able-bodied athlete. But having said that, in my experience, working with over 47, about 50 para-athletes, 5 Paralympic gold medalists, I think They just want to be treated as human beings.
Thank you very much for your valuable insights. Coming to the right, the panelist, Dr. Vayan, is a revered figure when it comes to strength and conditioning in Indian sports. He has the privilege of being associated with the national hockey team as well as the IPL teams. And of course, he has been a very, very eminent player back in his country, South Africa. My question for him will be that what are the new trends that he has seen being adopted by our Indian athletes when it comes to load monitoring as well as the periodization? Well, hello? Yeah, I think they would have put it that. Yeah. Yes, very much.
Thanks, Doc. So I just want to first say, I think listening to Dipti and Rahul speak about the humanistic side of things is so important. I think when us as scientists, we kind of forget that. And we try and science dump on people. And that's where we get lost. And I think that's why sports science hasn't actually taken off, not only in India, but worldwide. There's been this barrier to coaches and athletes accepting sports science to a degree. So I think that humanistic side is extremely important, and us as scientists can never forget that. But yeah, to answer your question, Doc, I think sports science was about 30 years ago, dating back to 1970s. The approach was that coaches, athletes would come in as a pit stop into a sports science lab and get just a quick blueprint of where their athlete is at. And those days are long gone because, as we mentioned earlier, those snapshots don't really help us in the long term. We need to see how our athletes are actually progressing over time and almost on a daily basis. And that's where the monitoring side of things are going. I don't really like speaking about the managing training load, because I think to build resilience you actually have to have a high training load, and that's the paradox of monitoring, is that we know that athletes have to get exposed to a very high training volume to be able to succeed in their sport. The question is how you actually get to that volume, and that's where we need to look, and that's where monitoring comes into the system. So going back to what I was saying earlier, is that we know that those pit stops of coming in, getting tested, this is where your athlete is at the moment, is long gone in sports science. What we need to look at is that long-term athlete monitoring processes, and what do we put in place to ensure that we can actually determine where our athlete is at any time that someone asks us. So various monitoring tools that exist, I think, from things like rudimentary wellness questionnaires, session RP, and all those sort of things play a massive role for us to get those that sort of data from the athletes to understand what they're exposed to from internal and external load, as Sir spoke about earlier. But when we're looking at technology, I think things are moving really fast. And if we look at what is available currently and things that we know that are sensitive to change, and I think that's really important to understand, is that if we're not monitoring consistently, the responsiveness of a metric that we're monitoring becomes really negligible. So if we're doing something once a year, twice a year, once a month, the responsiveness and the understanding of what is actually happening with that metric, with that individual, becomes almost impossible to decipher. So the monitoring process need to happen on a daily basis. Adjustments to periodization schedules need to happen on a daily basis, and not only from a load perspective, but from nutrition, psychology, and all those aspects of it. So a couple of things that you can look at, and the things that are in the mainstream at the moment. RPE is probably a go-to, and everyone can implement that very easily. If you're not sure what session RPE is, basically taking a score 1 to 10 from an athlete, also by the duration of their training, and then you get a training load for that day. So that's free, it's very cheap, and everyone should be on a very, very rudimentary level, should be implementing something to that effect. But then if we look a little bit deeper on what are the aspects that we can look at where technology comes into it. So we know biological aspects such as heart rate variability have taken a really big step in the right direction. Unfortunately, resting heart rate, which has been one of the main ones a lot of people go to, has a very poor sensitivity to determine whether someone is at a readiness state or not. When it comes to heart rate variability, it seems to be a little bit more sensitive to change, but the problem with both heart rate measures is they are extremely sensitive to how that measure is taken. So a lot of technologies out there now, so we've got various wearables that actually collect heart rate variability while sleeping. And that seems to be a bit of a better approach because it's consistent over time. And with any monitoring tool that we're looking at, consistency is key. And the metric that we choose is the one that's going to be most successful, is one we can do most regularly. But then it comes back down to the question of ethical considerations on data capturing for those athletes who we share that data with, and athletes understanding why that data is being used. So yeah, I think from where we're going, I think we're only reaching the surface of monitoring strategies, and I think we're going to get to a point where we're going to have 24-hour monitoring and we're going to be collecting biological fluids on a 24-hour basis. But in a non-invasive way. I think that is the most important, is that as soon as it becomes invasive, athletes are really reluctant to actually giving that data in. But the data is one thing. What we do with that data is important, and disseminating that data to the coaches, the athletes, and how we actually interpret it becomes really, really important. Because at the moment, what I find with most monitoring systems is we collect a hell of a lot of data, but we don't actually do anything and don't actually make any inferences from that data. And then athletes get bored. So I'm a big advocate of sharing as much data as we can with athletes and coaches, whereas I find in a lot of situations people don't actually want to share that data. If you don't educate your athletes on why they are doing certain monitoring strategies, certain monitoring tools, the reluctance comes in. They get data entry fatigue, and that's with everyone. You can imagine if you someone sitting here is doing like a heart rate monitor and needs to do HRV in the morning, you'll probably be really consistent for a period of time. But if you don't understand why you're doing it, you'll probably actually just forget to do it over time. But yeah, again, the data interpretation, how we use that data to interpret where our athletes are at what period of time, sitting together with the coaches, sitting together with the athletes, understand where they are, becomes really, really important. And as Commander said earlier in his talk, is that pursuit for that silver bullet is just never going to happen. It's just, physiology is too complex to have one measure that's going to allow us to determine the readiness status of our athlete. There has to be multiple measures, and in my opinion, you need to brain out the equation. We're taking a lot of, creating a lot of problems for ourselves. A lot of determinants of neuromuscular fatigue that comes from the brain. So the brain's not able to produce those forces, those signals to create those contractions. There is an element of fatigue. And then to make it even more complex, we go into fatigue. And there's no markers that can actually be sensitive enough to differentiate between those yet. And I don't think we're going to get to a point where we're going to be able to measure those non-invasively. So we can do surface EMG that's going to allow us to do something like that. But again, in reality, as we meet athletes traveling the world, we need to keep it as simple as possible to get the most robust data to make decisions from it on a daily basis. So yeah, so I think that's where it's going. It's going to get to a point where we are looking at 24-hour monitoring, then we get biological collection of fluid on a consistent basis. But yeah, I think we're only hitting the surface of where we need to go to.
Thank you. Thank you to know your perspective. Coming back to Commodore Garg, sir. Sir.
Need to speak more?
Yes, sir. You need to answer, sir. You genuine query, sir. Sir, you are heading the tops, and being a former top athlete to a leadership role where you are funding the athletes. Not only our elite athletes, you are also funding our developmental athletes who will be aspiring for a podium finish in curling Olympics. Sir, what kind of performance metrics do you have in place in tops to make sure that the funding which is going into them does not get wasted because of some over enthusiasm by some coach or by some players? What are the checks and balances that you have at tops?
Very good question. First of all, how does an athlete come into tops? We are tracking a large number of athletes. We have a team of research officers, and each is assigned a spot, and they are tracking not only those who are in the scheme, but other athletes also who are likely to come. So this is basically on the performance side. So suppose in shooting, if you are scoring 644 is a good score, Dr. Pia?
631.
631, okay. So suppose somebody is consistently shooting 630 and above. So that particular athlete is now on our radar. Okay. And then we as per if they are achieving podium finishes also at a junior level, so we take them in the scheme. how do we monitor? Again, these research officers are continuously monitoring their performance. And each athlete based on their LTAD. When an athlete joins TOPS, we ask them to give their long-term athlete program. And on an annual basis, definitely. So each athlete, and they along with their coaches, they give that we are going to, in this year, we are going to participate in these 8 or 10 events. And for each event, they only are supposed, along with their coaches, to give what the expectation of that athlete is in that particular event. So we are monitoring and tracking what is the performance and whether the graph is going up, steady or dipping. And this is regularly, there is a Mission Olympic Committee which Dipti is a part of. So this committee is almost every 3 months, even lesser than that. We present each of our top athletes' profiles.
The psychologist you will choose has to buy into this. Let's take a step back and say nobody can move the right psychologist. Understand what you're telling the psychologist, what you want from the aura, the smell, the sugandh from this federation, from this sport should be what? Anybody who's never encountered Indian rugby and encounters them should say, what 3 things about Indian rugby? And finally, give him her time. It takes time and time and time, and gradually you'll realize that some of them are just not suited to the game. And
Miss Dipti. As we spoke of holistic athlete development, again it's all about the multidisciplinary approach. What do you think are the possible challenges? As a sports scientist, they have to be very, very clear. Just now what Mr. Rahul said, as a sports psychologist of the team, you need to buy. So what will be your advice for them so that they can become this part of the multidisciplinary sports sciences ecosystem?
So we, like I mentioned, we work with over 200 athletes and all Indians. And if you see today, they have now kind of, in the last 4 or 5 years, you've suddenly seen all of them, shine really well. And doubles, nobody spoke about, badminton doubles. So I remember about 8 years ago, there was a whole set of people who sat together and said that, along with Tops and Sai, Gopi, all of us decided that, badminton doubles is worth supporting. But the kind of experts you need is very different. And we've only excelled in singles so far. And the Thomas Cup that happened, right, is like the Cricket World Cup. We don't give it equal credit, but it is the Badminton World Cup. And I think they deserve a big round of applause. They've actually won the Badminton World Cup. But because it's called Thomas Cup, somewhere it have to also evolve with them. Just like how you have coach after a point, if you feel athlete from A to B, but from B to C is somebody else. I think that is definitely one suggestion I would make to all experts. The athlete is in the absolute low of their career, and you might see results only after 4 or 5 years. So trusting that process and saying that no, we know this is the right thing to do for the athlete, listening to the coach, listening to their we work with a lot of minors as well, so parents have obviously been so influential in athlete journeys, so definitely thinking about that. What we have done in Go Sports actually is, this is about 5 years ago, we were dealing with so much of data, and we also didn't know how to manage 150, 200 athletes' data. So we looked up every possible athlete monitoring system in the world. We looked up about 43 of them and finally chose one Australian software actually, because it gave us the flexibility to work at the back end and kind of customize a lot of our information. Having said that, you can get the best technology in the world, but you will not get adoption from the athlete. So it's very important that there is training and onboarding of any software is very critical. Because you can pay lakhs of rupees and pay for the for the software, right? And most of the softwares available are actually for team sports. They're brilliant for team sports, not for individual athletes. I mean, we've been having a lot of discussions on this, but nice to see now we have some Indian companies who recently started, understanding our requirements. I'd love to see through this conclave if there's an Indian athlete monitoring system that actually truly understands that individual athletes need come into play. I think that would be a real takeaway before 2036. And I'm sure all the best, right? And we've used their sports science and start from how long did that journey take. So data is very important. So what I notice sometimes people are constantly moving between one expert to the next expert without giving that time for them to really understand each other. Rahul spoke about it took 6 months for a psychologist to just understand the team. There's so much, and before an athlete shares, to build trust with an athlete is going to take time. So if you're just going to ask them for data, they're not going to give it. And I think education around athlete data and privacy is very important. It is the athlete's data, it is not our data. So we can't freely use the data and keep sending it to everyone. So it's important that education on that aspect is also done. So getting consent of athlete to use it to better their performance, and I think Wayne mentioned it really well, saying, do they know why we are taking this data and what are we going to do with this data? Most athletes have no idea why we're wearing the watch sometimes, right? They just want to see how many steps or about. So now that we started tracking sleep and recovery and how much time they're spending on their mobiles and we're connecting that to their injury, now they're very interested in, okay, I would like to know the why. They're not going to really submit all the different things that we do. So these are just some of the things that we see, and also ultimately athlete understanding why they are giving us this information. I think that is really critical.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There cannot be any questions that can be asked later on. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Bharat, to kindly felicitate our panelists and our moderator. What an excellent session, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a round of applause? I would request Shri Sheikh to kindly felicitate Dr. Wayne Lombard, co-founder, APA Training System Private Limited. I would request Shri Sheikh to kindly felicitate Shri Rahul Bose.
You guys are doing. I've known you guys for the last 2-3 years, and I know.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
To Dr. Nayak for moderating such a very session.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the second panel discussion of the day, and the topic, as we have already spoken quite about it in the first panel discussion, that is psychology, role of metacognition and goal setting in athletes. I would request everybody to kindly take your seats of the session onto the dais.
Thank you.
as we are running behind the schedule, I would request everybody to kindly take your seats as I welcome our panelists for the second panel discussion on the topic of psychology, role of metacognition and goal setting in athletes. सभी से निवेदन है कृपया आसन ग्रहण कर लें। हम आज के हमारे दूसरे पैनल डिस्कशन की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। The top and goal setting in athletes of India. Very warm welcome to you as well. Request everybody once again to kindly take your seats. Alright, so very good afternoon. I would request everybody to kindly take your seats. We are starting with the session. As I have already mentioned, we have in fact spoken about it in the first session, I guess. All of us were listening from Mr. Rahul Bose that how psychology plays a very vital role when it comes to sport at length, be it team sport or individual sport. I extend a very warm welcome to all our panelists. Very eminent personalities from the topic, so I won't take much of time and quickly dive into how we are going to run this panel discussion. Is I'm going to ask our experts to give their viewpoint about the topic in a couple of minutes, and then as ma'am, you are a practicing psychologist and also a former athlete, former Indian. I have my questions. I would like to take your viewpoints about the topic, psychology and metacognition as well.
Absolutely. So firstly, thank you for having me on the panel, and it's an honor to share the stage with eminent individuals from the sporting ecosystem. I would say keeping the theme of today's theme in mind, which is Vision Olympics 2036, plan the future journey. But before that, let us understand what both the terms really mean, what it means. Talking about metacognition, it's actually thinking about thinking. Now, by that, what I really mean is it's the ability of an athlete to reflect on their past experiences, understand their cognitive processes, and then taking that information and taking that sense of direction and give them a plan how to achieve their desired outcome. Now, talking about both the terms, metacognition and goal setting, it actually are very interconnected. Metacognition strategies actually help athletes implement effective goals. Now, by that, what I mean is, for example, as psychologists, we actually set clear of goals. Metacognition also allows them to monitor their progress. How close are they coming to setting? Like I said, are interconnected because both of them require self-awareness, planning, monitoring, and evaluation. So I feel it's a really relevant topic, taking the theme of today's conclave of Olympic
2024. How is goal setting and particularly the psychological aspect one of your key focus?
The mindset in shooting and in target sports is quite different. I do come from ice hockey and know the mindset that's required to succeed in the room and on the ice. Patience, different mindset characteristic. Attention to detail is an important mindset characteristic. So the first thing I would look at moving forward to 2036 is what is the mindset required for target sports? And are we helping our athletes to develop a champion? What are the KPIs, technical, that will support a champion mindset for target sports? And these KPIs should be evidence-based. In the sport of KPIs. In tactical, you could be looking at the difference between high quality and low quality shots. On the physical side, shooting. And so every creates a certain or within your team.
This is a very recent thing that has been started, and I think it's the need of the hour. बहुत गेम में मात्र
एक्सपीरियंस लेकिन अब इतने अनगिनत पता मत के दिमाग की। अब सीधा सा क्वेश्चन था, मैंने बचपन में कहा कि गोल सेटिंग क्या होती है, और मैं इस विचार फिर जाते हैं, नहीं मुझे छोड़ना है, सोच ले, छोड़ देगा। और रियलिटी मानिए मैंने छोड़ दिया। 10 साल की फौज में मैं नहीं जा सकता और देश की सेवा नहीं कर सकता, तो अंदर से कुछ टूट गया, यानी जो विचार जो चेतना थी उसको ब्रेक लगा, दूसरी रॉन्ग साइड में मैं जाने लगा हैं करके भी अपने देश की सेवा कर सकते हैं। तो मन में एक विचार उत्पन्न हो गया, हाँ अब मुझे हेल्प करनी है, यही सबसे बेस्ट काम है और मेरे लिए भी सबसे बेस्ट काम है। अब मैं कहीं चलता हूँ जाता हूँ तो दूसरे लोग मेरी हेल्प करते हैं, लाओ सिंगराज जी आपका। अब देखिए एक विचार उत्पन्न हुआ, मेरे फील्ड की आबादी को देख के मेरा मन हमेशा विचलित हो जाता कि नहीं मुझे ट्रेड फील्ड जाना, पर ऐसे नहीं सेफ्टी के साथ जाना। टोक्यो जो मेडल लेकर आया, हरियाणा के सीएम साहब मनोहर लाल खट्टर ने, उनके सेक्रेटरी का फोन आया, सिंगराज जी आप आ जाइए, सीएम साहब आपके हाथ से उद्घाटन करवाना चाहते हैं ट्रेड फेयर के सेंटर का। तो जो चेतना मन में उत्पन्न होती है, अगर आपका उद्देश्य है, गोल आपने सही बना रखा है, और देखिए कई बार गोलों को पूरा करने में लंबा टाइम लग सकता है, बस सर आप अपने आप को जानो कि आपने गोल क्या बनाया, आप हो क्या। कई बार क्या होते हैं, जो हम है हम उसके अलग गोल बना लेते हैं, हमने उसको अपने लिए तैयार नहीं कराया कि हमें एक गोल बनाना है। लेकिन जब आप होने और गोल बना रहे हो तो गोल ब्रेक करने में, टूटने में देर नहीं लगेगा। अगर आपने प्रॉपर उसकी तैयारी करी है और अंतरात्मा की आपने सुनी है, मन की सुनी है, और अपने आज शूटिंग मैंने जब शुरू करा तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, जब मैं टोक्यो जा रहा था तो हमारा जो मीटिंग पे वार्तालाप हुआ तो उन्होंने मुझसे कहा, सिंगराज जी आप 35 साल की क्यों? मैंने कहा सर आप भी तो लेट आए हो, आप पहले प्रधानमंत्री बन जाते, समस्या का समाधान हो, तो कितनी सारी समस्याएं थी, हिंदुस्तान का सॉल्यूशन हो जाता समस्याओं का। तो मेरा कहने का अर्थ है कि बी पॉजिटिव रहना, और जिनसे आप प्यार करते हैं जब उनका साथ मिलता है आपको तो बूस्ट मिलता है, एनर्जी मिलती है। कई बार ये शब्द जादू का काम करते हैं। मेरे कोच हमेशा बहुत सी चीज सिखाते थे, सिंगराज जी शूटिंग का रूल्स याद रखना, शूटिंग का रूल्स याद रखना, निकल जाती थी। तो मोदी जी ने जब मुझसे बात करी तो उन्होंने कहा लास्ट में, कर्म करना फल की चिंता मत करना। अब ये शब्द मेरे अंदर तक गहरा हो गया और वो वन शॉट की परिभाषा आसानी से खुल गई जाता है, सेल्फिश हो जाता है और वहां बढ़ जाता है। मस्त यही है जो गीता में भी कहा गया है कि कर्म करो फल की चिंता मत करो। आप जो भी टास्क बनाएंगे, जैसे सर ने कहा कि पेशेंस, धैर्य होंगे और पॉजिटिव रहेंगे आप, और ये ठान लिया आपने कि मुझे दुख और पीड़ा नहीं होता है, सिर्फ ये दिमाग की सोच है। भाई जो हमारी इच्छा पूरी कि ये हम पे हावी होता है, इसलिए हम इस पे, तो हम गोल को आसानी से अचीव कर लेते हैं। और मैंने देखा है रिटायरमेंट की एज में मैंने 30 के करीब इंटरनेशनल मेडल ले लिया। तो आप कोई ऐसा गोल नहीं है जिसे आप खुद ही ऐसा नहीं है, बस एक गोल सेटिंग आप बनाइए पेशेंस के साथ।
Undergoing. You have played pressure or whatever you were feeling on the field. Did you have something like that?
To be honest, when I was 10 and played for, so actually throw up before my round of golf, which I had never ever told anyone in my house. So there was so much pressure to push me to be the case that going to a psychologist, oh, iske saath koi problem hai. I can see that changing now. Since I've come back, I think from my time to now that perspective is changing. But of course, where psychology is concerned, we have a long way to go because the amount...
mentally as well?
Absolutely. So I'm a co-founder of that association, and our vision was mainly to regulate the field so that in the panel before us, not to go to a psychologist, and one should. It's not by going to a psychologist doesn't mean there is a mental issue with you. And the word is mental health. I think we take it as mental illness, but the word is mental health. You know.
true. So I think we are starting to change that thought that it's not mental illness and a mental health. Coming to Dr. Buckham, so you have worked with Canadian Olympic Association and also the International Olympic Committees. I would like to know that do you have these where you can throw some light on that after having a psychologist on board, you saw some drastic, substantial performance improvement as in a high performance or any athlete level?
That's a loaded question for a sports psychologist. And one of the things that we do in sports psychology of our intervention process. And so the question is, how do you evaluate your efficacy in sport? You could look at the impact of doing, we talked about goal setting or teaching psychological skills as an entity, and then you can look at team factor, positively impacting performance for each individual, because they all have different needs. So for one athlete it could be confidence, for another athlete it could be arousal regulation, for another athlete it could be their quiet eye and their fixation points. So for every athlete it's different, and so the goal of measuring, monitoring, and looking at the efficacy is to narrow down what are the specific factors that impact performance in a positive direction.
Well, that's quite a thing, quite a thought. So also I would like to know, Mr. Rahul, who spoke about athletes having a resistance towards psychologists. As a high performance director, have you faced that? And if you have, then what is your approach when you reach out to a particular athlete and he or she is not really open about discussing the stress or the pressure and all of that? What is your approach there?
So I think it's important to have a team. There's always a best fit between the sports psychologist and the athletes, and which athlete and which psychologist would be the best fit. So there's a sports psychologist
एक सेकंड एक महीना you take it there only आता परत बोलवलं तिला अभी उसको
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon once again, and I request you to kindly take your seats without taking any more time. I would like to welcome our panelists and our moderator for the next session.
Starting into the main discussion, we all know that India has no dearth of sports gems. But what we lack is actually development of a sporting culture is meant to be developed from the grassroots.
It's a very wide, that ecosystem should be available. Grown up, and we've seen the competitive nature of sports coming in. I think it's and I think as you go ahead and you see this getting more and more mature, getting those athletes who show promise, and then the science of sport and all the coaching and all that kind of interventions, and then start making.
So as you are mentioning here, sports for holistic approach. So if you are saying we are creating super athletes, so what is your
very easily when we talk about the way nutrition standards are developed in the country, I think whether it is when we were growing up, having an access to a Coke or a chocolate or something very rare, right? Today you have access to all of this day in and day out, 10 times a day. So that's I think that's the root where I think the conclave like this, where we talk about sports science. I think before we go into the science of sport, it's important to understand what it's like having a class in sport. And there was a big discussion about how can we make youngsters come into yoga, because we make them sit still and meditate and all of that. It's not possible. So that they can appreciate it.
Yes. So as rightly pointed out that Acha Khana is equally important and sport should be made equally fun. It should. So now moving to diabetes nutrition expert. The expert opinion is also very important for us. So as you say, Dr. Vani, nutrition plays a crucial role. We all know about it in fueling athletes for optimal performance and supporting physiological and insight for elite athletes as well. Again, I'm going beyond that. What I would try to put this as three major areas. One would be the environment in which the athlete is training, irrespective of whether it is a grassroots or an elite athlete. Two would be the training adaptation, as you rightly mentioned, and three is look for the logistics. The athlete would be in training, the athlete would be going to school or college, coming back, then the athlete have this kind of a structure. They have either go to college or school, in where they have to do sports, and definitely look into it. They have a la carte system, so as to say, because they have food right with them, they have every accessories and in-case training, they needn't travel much. So these actually will hamper our athlete is training. Because these are physiological adaptation after the early stage of career, sporting career, than at the later stage. The 80% of the physical adaptation occurs in this early part. So the more nutrient requirement per se would be required in terms of the percentages, and the quantity would be higher at the grassroots level in comparison to elite level. Probably I'm giving away the contrast view of what actually we presume. But basic requirements of athletes, especially because grassroots level has its more of a stage, their requirements for growth, development, growth peaking should first be adhered to, in addition to the sporting requirements. So this compensation has to be done, which is not the same as the case for elite athletes. In addition to all these factors, we have a good scientific support system for elite top level, probably for Olympic station, whereas for the grassroots athletes, the support system is lacking. So in such a case, looking for a key area from the nutrition perspective would be these things, because they are void of these things, and therefore nutrition should pay attention to these parameters before going for a nutritional standard.
Rightly pointed out, Dr. Vani, but it will not religious systems.
There are basically three systems. There are systems which in isolation. There are systems which in isolation. It always goes together. Motivate the creatine store. Possibly you can sustain your muscular activity for a longer period of time and sprint and explosive power wherever it is involved. Again, the duration for first one, the sprint system is only for 10 seconds. The second one, the lactic acid system or anaerobic glycolytic system, it is around 55 seconds. And then comes to more than 1 minute, 2 minutes and more, then the system is aerobic system, which the glycogen breaks down. Although we rely more on carbohydrate, the question is whether carbohydrate is preferred well or the fat is preferred much wider. The only problem for fat is oxygen molecule. So if the system, then the fat breakdown will not occur, carbohydrate will take over. So these are the basic things, the three systems. One is for sprint, one is for speed endurance, and one is for endurance.
Sure. So we have understood from this discussion that there are three different types of systems. That are activated at the same time. It's not just opposite to the traffic signal. You know, traffic signal, one light is on and other two and other. So taking this discussions to move, the nutritional assessment is again another important aspect. Okay. So without assessing properly, what is this?
What is called as the ABCCP approach, where A stands for testing of but yes, at the transport level, it includes height rate, which gives a broader view of how the athlete stands compared with the WHO chart, growth chart, understanding of how the growth pattern is, which reflect on whether the athlete requires what kind of compensation of the energy needs. That's one of the science systems would definitely have a biochemical parameter visible as a deficiency in the biomarkers. So that will be reflected as classical science and symptoms. The second is the dietary assessment. Every nutritionist knows how to do the dietary assessment using either dietary code, dietary or any of those methods. Then comes the economic assessment. Economic assessments actually will tell what kind of food should be prescribed to the athlete. What would be the choices so that we find the scale, which will precisely tell how much of water loss is there and therefore pick up on the hydration strategy. We have the Bristol Student chart, which will tell to a larger extent what kind of GI distress or disorder that the athlete is having. Then we have GI symptoms checklist, which will give a precise understanding.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for making. I would like also a driving force in organizing this conference, which is about Vision 2030. And does the term ironcladding still hold value, or what is his perspective on whether he would like
long term? But so we want our athletes to be strong enough to be physically, mentally, and emotionally. they are fortified in such a manner, the sports sciences, the mental aspects. So ironcladding, I'll say it's a very, very comprehensive term where everything does matter. Till the time like athlete has to be literally robust. Athlete can take care of all possible challenges in their pursuit for excellence.
To Mr. David John, who has been instrumental in building the hockey team as it is now. So since the conclave is all about our vision towards, so I would like to know your perspective on talent identification and how you would look at building the system for identifying the talent, and what would be the challenges there?
I began in 2011, came to Inaugural in 2011.
There is a, we always think that tabs in a hand from type. The new generation of athletes and coaches, they are smart enough, they are intelligent enough. It is our duty to send a medal. It has to explain them, to sensitize them, educate them. And what you rightly said, we need to keep educating the coaches that how a holistic care can be given to our athletes. Be it the psychology, be it nutrition, be it sports medicine, be it biomechanics. And for that, we at NCSSR, now since Government of India has come experts, we have our, and we have got a requisite issue. Somebody.
I would like to ask Mr.
ये बैड मैंने ऑलरेडी गीला है. I think it was 2000 or 2001. Any country which plans to host the Olympics, inevitably it's taken for granted that they'll be hosting the Paralympics too.
Physio here. Let's see. One. Okay. I gotta get the guy with the right shirt. If you have an ACL tear, instead of you questioning, I'm going to push. If you have an ACL tear, if you have a shoulder disruption, if you have dislocation, how much time do you think your athlete will be off before he comes back to competition and starts playing at whatever level he or she is? Average 6 months to a year. How much time will your athlete be out? It's like, oh, I just don't have biomechanics, maybe we can't afford one. So otherwise, I'll tell you because I heard the talk in the morning. I tried to join online, but the thing was very poor. So we have the ADRBs also now 11. So I think I just want to tell you this because recently, because as a sports physician, for me it's important to amalgamate everyone. So elite level athletes, unfortunately in India, most of these sports, people are coming from a very, very, very rural background. And if they're joining sports, they are not studying. So they will know how to use Instagram, they will know how to use Facebook, they'll put up all the awesome reels of the training and exercise. But they don't know how to use the app. So once you become an elite level, whether national or international level, you've all read. If you're the only physio and there's no other sports science guy, you got to work with the coach, work with the athlete. So my suggestion is please, if today's talk in the morning, anti-doping rule violations should be on your tips. How to find whereabouts should be on your tips. ADAMs, everything is available on the net. Just go to the Wadanara website. So
Invite all. Indeed, had an extremely insightful panel discussion, and then request Lisa to kindly felicitate Mr. David. Quick tea break of 10 minutes. I would request you to please join us back as soon as possible, as we'll be beginning with our fifth panel discussion on the topic of biomechanics, learning and training the smart way. Thank you very much. See you in 10 minutes.
manpower in these areas, and they need jobs. Okay. Please ask Sai to not to give contract jobs. Please confirm jobs with good salaries. Yesterday at Bix's conference, somebody was lamenting, my physio is getting only 40,000 there inside. Why would you work? Whereas outside you can probably free. So I was thinking, confirm jobs so that they get motivated. So that is lacking in our country. 2011, FICCI did a study that we require 7 lakh sports science specialists in our country by 2017 itself. Probably we require more. Yes, we require, but mechanics concept. So it applies for all sports science. So everybody has to join hands. We need to get the Adanis and Ambanis and everyone to fund this thing. It is possible. We have a 3-letter magic word called CSR. You have to just tap, okay, and some foreign funds, or Bill Gates or whoever it is.
Now when we talk about injury prevention, so without biomechanics, injury prevention is like cannot happen. So my question is to Wayne, can you share an example of a time where identifying biomechanics helped you identify a potential injury risk, and how did you address it through your training modifications?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think, like Bob was saying, my whole thing is to try to think out the box a little bit. And we know biomechanics is expensive, and as soon as it becomes lab-based, it becomes almost impossible for the general public to actually use it, or anyone to even use it. So when you're thinking out the box a little bit, you need to look at devices that you've got available. And one thing that most people have nowadays is GPS. And I thought I was explaining earlier is GPS doesn't just have distance and speed data, we've also got triaxial gyroscope data, it's got acceleration data. So you're getting various data points. And what we know, I'll give you 2 examples, one of cricket and then one of hockey or just general running. So when a fast ball is running, there's 3 aspects that you want to look at to improve release velocity. One is time increase, so how fast they get through increase. The other one is the maximum run velocity, and the other one is velocity at points of delivery. And you can get all those points from your GPS data. And once you start marrying all that together, you can actually start predicting whether they're actually fatiguing while they're bowling, so are they fit enough for one, or are their mechanics changing. So there's a couple of parameters to look at. Something called, you get a peak raw, which is the your transverse rotation, so rotation of the body like this when they deliver. So if you imagine someone gets to the crease and they've got a big rotation here, all you're looking at is what happens if someone's got a really big roll but running it really slowly. And then hopefully with the reduced roll, the reduced transverse rotation, we're reducing that lumbar spine, actual loading on the lumbar spine. And all is actually to increase more release velocity and less of a risk of injury. So you can imagine, you start getting a picture, and most, if you look at a quadrant graph, the quadrant graph looks like that, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 quadrants. And then you can start adapting these things and work with approaches, and that's all you need to try and adapt the model. But not only that, you can also use it for return to play purposes, and to see where those players are at when they are either injured, when they're pre-injured, or pre-return to play, and actually getting training. So if one for resilience, we know we need to hit about 14 to 20 efforts in our resilience. If they're not hitting that, we need to load them more. If they are hitting that or going superseding that, we need to see how we manage that load over time. And again, you can use that for return to play or identifying fatigue throughout a training phase or whatever it might be.
Can I add a point?
Yes.
It's a very interesting point. We are doing a study on this also, for cricketers. It seems that the lumbopelvic rotation, more exactly, we are able to measure with the, of course, 3D, and we are comparing it with IMUs and GPS data. And we see that that particular segment is vulnerable for the fast bowlers. And how we can negate this ill effect through focused training program is our research. I think today we have had 8 bowlers research, this one has been released. So some interesting findings are there. So we can accurately measure what's happening through 3D, but as he said, on field we can have this GPS data. And also we are trying to compare this with markerless technologies also. So through this kind of multiple approaches, like you have a lab setup, you have a field setup, and both have to work together, then you have very good results. You can cross-verify things.
That's what Prof says, and then working closely with the technical coach becomes really important. So the bowling coach would be the really important guy to take and some of the data, and then they actually pick the stuff up before you pick it up, and the data is just there to reconfirm what they maybe see with their eye, and not too sure why things are happening. So the data, together with the bowling coach or the coach's coaching eye, and maybe some footage always helps, and you put it all together and you start getting a picture, and then you're working backwards from there. How do we rectify those issues that we're finding?
And you need to catch the name also. Once the pattern has been developed, it's very difficult for them to unlearn and relearn, and they lose their bite. So it is not useful to do it on elite athletes. You have to catch them in and do it on the younger athlete. And of course, we have to work with the, most of the times it's technique related, and some of the times it's fitness related. So we need to have these two on our aspects also. But fast loading is a very awkward movement, unnatural movement. You are punishing the body. You are bound to get injured unless it's close to 100% perfect, like someone like Conclave or someone like. So, therefore,
ask Mr. Kavish, during your practice, how do you assess?
In the current environment where I practice, we have certain technology. So we use being developed, power, velocity, impulse, etc. And this is measured during movements or certain phases of the movement. So we use assessments on the force plate, performance metrics. So to give a practical example, in the lower limbs, and get baseline data and then put them on. So to give an example, how we would assess at an individual level, we use an example of a footballer who's had, let's say, a knee injury or a tear to the ACL or ACL reconstruction. So we'll that'll be, for example, on the injured side, we'll compare the force outputs on the injured side to the non-injured side throughout phases in the rehab process and see how far behind the injured side may be to the non-injured side in terms of the force outputs or the power outputs or the impulse. So everything is based on, I would say, different sort of force metrics. And that can help us interpret, the training plan, or perhaps why the training plan is going in a certain direction, or there are improvements, or there aren't improvements. To interpret the information with caution. So, for example, with any sort of testing on these devices, we need to be sure, the reliability. So there would obviously be inter or intra-test reliability issues or coefficient of variation from jump to jump or test to test with the same athlete, and that would be due to different movement strategies being deployed when you're running the test on the athlete, or it might take time for the athlete to become familiar with that test. So therefore, the more frequently you test, the more stable the metric may become, and there may be less variation. And then you can obviously start using the data or interpreting it with a little bit more meaning and understanding deeper why is the athlete not improving, or perhaps modify your training intervention based on those numbers that are coming out from those metrics. So, for example, if I just switch sport code here and we talk about swimming, the first 50 meters for freestyle swimming event, one of the metrics that has been validated is concentric impulse, which is basically force. So we look at that metric and we track that metric when we put a strength and power training intervention in place for swimmers. So yeah, that's basically how we use technology, and how we interpret the data and how we look into the statistics of it and try and think deep as to, modifying the training or why the training may be working or why it may not be working. Excuse me, and just to add, I think I may have lost the audience on my first response. I just wanted to briefly revisit that. So just to touch on the question of long-term athlete development and biomechanics. So yes, an understanding of biomechanics and analysis may assist the practitioner and coach to identify suboptimal movement patterns or strategies being adopted by an athlete during their earlier years of participation or during the early part of their career, which may be helpful for the coach to design drills which better optimize their movement strategies, thereby ensuring that the basics are mastered and well executed during the development period. I think it becomes very difficult if these suboptimal movement strategies aren't identified and corrected earlier on in the athlete's development. It becomes very difficult if it's not detected then to correct later on. And that could potentially lead to overuse injuries or overload on certain musculoskeletal structures. And that could not be, that could detract from the sustainability of prolonged participation in the sport. And maybe a practical example would be if there's some biomechanical analysis being done on a swimmer, and it's identified that the position of the wrist and elbow during the first to mid hook is the position or the joint angle is in the suboptimal position. The implications for that may be that the athlete is leaking energy or their movement economy is suboptimal, and that would result in a lack of propulsive force that the swimmer is being able to produce, which would ultimately be detrimental to their performance, especially when it comes to the 50 and 100 meters swimming event, which is very force and power dependent.
So my last question for the day to Amaya, since we're talking about technology, Amaya, so what are the potential benefits and also the risks of these technologies in biomechanics? It is we use wearable sensors or biofeedbacks. What are the benefits and risks behind that for the athletes?
A lot of it's to the advantage of the athlete and the coach actually, because the more insights you get from a biofeedback is always welcome. And it's pretty much to say that whether our athletic program is very much on track or not. That insight is very, very important, which the feedback that we get from all these technologies as well, because we spoke about load. The load is the most important factor where the athletes could actually get injured. And it also helps us understand whether the program which is in place, whether it is monotonous or not. So it's very important to have a right balance, and these are the important factors which I think these biofeedback technologies can give an athlete so that they are at optimal at every point of time, which is a very, very important insight. And for the coach to be able to design a particular program which is, an optimally advantageous for an athlete and also not put him under the injury risk. That's very important aspect of it. Also, the other aspects and the other insights that is very important from a postural corrections perspective. So probably a 3D motion capture system can actually enhance the mechanics of the game, which is also an important aspect where a faulty design could act, faulty posture, faulty mechanics can actually put an athlete under the threat of injury, but also poor performance. So yes, it's always welcome to have this kind of technological advancements to empower the athlete, not only athlete but the entire system. And I feel it's more of a welcome kind of situation going forward, where we are actually looking at 2036, where we can integrate as much as technology as possible, because I think it has given a lot of insights not only to the athlete but also to the coach to be able to sink in various aspects of biomechanics to be able to use it to the advantage of the game.
Yes. So probably continuing with Anna, the disadvantage could be a couple of things, like the accuracy is one big question, and sometimes data security could be a problem, because a lot of these things have to be classified and confidential data. So these are the problems, and some more newer technologies are coming up, like machine learning or artificial intelligence. So the ARs and VRs, they have also come into sports science training as well as sports rehab. So though they are in the nascent stage, they are very promising, encouraging, sometimes a little scary also. So I completely, always keep on trying. Whenever I come to you, give me a topic on the conference to talk about, I immediately go to, just for sake of it, go to ChatGPT, type it. It will give a couple of pages, like 20 talks. So I want to see how the technology is evolving, the human brain, these things. So we need to use it to our advantage and also be wary about the disadvantages. And the athletes' physical aspects in biomechanics. So there's a famous story that Bradley once lost his form. He couldn't take wickets, and then he was tested in the biomechanics lab in Australia. And then they found that his forearm muscular activity was not good. So it all required a few weeks of strengthening of his forearm muscles. Then he went, he came back, he got his swing back and got the wickets. So these are certain aspects. And a final thing that I would like to say is, today's science is tomorrow's history. We need to keep on doing research, because we know what happened to cholesterol, good cholesterol, bad cholesterol, carbohydrates, proteins, sugar levels. These keep on changing based on our experience and understanding. Sports science is nothing different. So we initially thought that in cricketers, the ground reaction forces and the bowling type of actions were very important, as was popularized by the Australians. But Britishers now, they believe differently. The rivalry in cricket is continuing in their biomechanics also. So we are using the best of Australian methods and best of British methods to see what really Indian bowlers are liking or what we can do with the Indian bowlers. So we have to be a little cautious in interpreting the data.
Just to add to what everyone has said, I think it's very important. We spoke a lot about technology and how technology is used, but I think it's very important that we're not paralyzed by technology. Not everyone's got access to it. And if I go back to my time with the senior women's teams, when I arrived there, I found that their fundamental movement patterns for the level of athlete that they were was pretty poor. And if we're looking at Mission 2036, we used to start at the LTAB level program, and that you don't need any technology for. It's a little bit of savvy, a little bit of understanding of fundamental movements, how to run, how to walk properly, how to jump, how to land, how to stop, how to accelerate, how to reaccelerate, and all those sort of things. And getting a general athletic ability of the athletes within India will filter through. But I think a lot of times we just focus on the sport itself. Oh, that's a hockey player, or that's a rugby player, or cricket, or whatever it might be. My philosophy generally is I want to create a general, holistic athlete that will be better at their sport. And that will come, if we go and just focus on the sport, the athleticism is probably going to be left behind. But if we can create all-rounded athletes within the general population as they come through the grassroots level, and everyone's got an iPhone, everyone's got a phone, a smartphone now. Simple video, teaching someone running mechanics will go a long way in creating a general athletic ability in all sports, and it will transfer to their sports pretty easily. So that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I agree with that, because most of the athletes, even elite athletes, are short when it comes to FM school. They don't pass beyond 10.
So I think we have already crossed the time, so we can end the session here. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now invite Ms. Purnima Raman Gaundir, Assistant Director, School of Sports Science and Sports Management, Trans State University, to please come on stage and felicitate our panelists and our moderator. I would request ma'am to kindly felicitate Mr. Kavish Harry, Strength and Conditioning Coach, Inspire Institute of Sports. I would request ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Tyagarajan Alvar, Professor and Head Department of Arthroscopy and Sports Medicine, Sri Ramachandra Medical College, please request ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Wayne Lombard, Co-founder, APA Training System, request Ms. Raman to kindly felicitate Mr. Amay Kolkar, Head of Sports Science, Bharat Center for Sports Medicine. And request ma'am to kindly felicitate our moderator for the session, Mr. Ajay Javan, Sports Biomechanics, National Center for Sports Science and Research, Sports Authority of India. I once again thank all our panelists and our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for all our panelists and moderator for an excellent session. Thank you very much. As we move on to our final session for the day, the topic, our sixth panel is on. The topic is Impact of Data Science in Athlete Development. Well, in this session we will be discussing various technology advancements in sports, AI-based heart rate monitoring and athlete development, etc. I would take no more time and welcome and invite our panelists for this session. Mr. Vaibhav Agashi, mental trainer and EMS expert and founder and director, MBI System. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, will you please give a round of applause and welcome our panelists? Our next panelist for the session, Dr. Nikhil Raja, Director, Pro Physio. I also extend a very warm welcome to our next panelist, Mr. Ramakrishnan Subramaniam, founder and CEO, Sports Mechanics India Private Limited. Also welcome Mr. Vaibhav Gaba, Head Sports Science and Rehab, Consultant Sports Medicine, Kohila Ben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, Center for Sports Medicine. Mr. Ramesh Kumar, CEO, Sports Science and Analytics, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Aditya Chakravarti, Head of Football Operations, FC Madras. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause and once again welcome all our panelists and our moderator for the session. The topic being Impact of Data Science in Athlete Development. With this, I invite our moderator, Mr. Aditya Chakravarti, to start the proceedings.
Good evening, everyone. Before we start this panel discussion, I'd like to welcome all our panelists here. I also have a confession to make. I'm a bit nervous. Okay, because 2 weeks back when I was told I'm going to moderate this session, I didn't know two important details. One, I didn't know that the lunch will have gajar ka halwa and jalebi. So some of us are like, I don't know. Okay, and the second, I didn't know that this would be the last one. So my job is not just to make this panel discussion exciting. I also have to keep you awake. So a bit of a pressure on me. So just to kickstart, I've got my notes on my phone, I'm not texting over. Just to get started, I would like to do a small exercise. Okay, because we're talking about Vision 2036. But I think the Vision 2036 will only come handy if we all can do this small exercise, and we can then get cracking with this panel discussion. So all those who are using your phones, please put them away. Please, you can just relax. You don't have to crisscross your hands. Open your hands, open your legs. Just sit, relax. If you're wearing your glasses, take them away. Put your palms facing upwards on your laps. Close your eyes, please. Take your glasses off if you can, unless you can see with eyes closed. Okay, so just be with me here for about 2-3 minutes. Please breathe. Breathe in, breathe out. Every breath you breathe out, please relax yourself. Breathe in. Everything that you hear around you, there's no noise, it's just sounds. Breathe out and relax. As the third time you breathe in, breathe out and relax. Try to negate the noise around you. I want you to envision yourself watching the 2036 Olympics. We are at the award ceremony. You see this young Indian athlete standing on the podium. Just think about the atmosphere around, the crowd, the noise, an Indian winning the gold medal. Just see the joy on his face, the happiness that you feel in getting that medal. Now with that feel, I want you to stay present here, slowly zooming out. You're sitting today still with your eyes closed. You pay attention to the noise around you, the sounds around you. And when you have taken the experience of 2036 Olympics gold medal ceremony, slowly open your eyes. So welcome back. We're still here. So, just to set the context here, how many of you could see that athlete standing on that podium winning that gold medal? All of you. So just to set the context here, what we can achieve in 2036, that athlete, how old did you think he was around? 25? 26? 30 maybe? But he's already born. But do you know how tall he is today? Do you know about his nutrition? Do you know about what is going on with him right now? So today we sit here, this panel discussion, we'll try to make it as engaging as possible. I just wanted to set this context that if we wish to win that medal, we have to start working today, if not already. So just taking back to my career, 12 years back when I started doing anything with data, I still remember I had an Excel sheet in front of me and I was using a pen and paper to do tallies. I was working in hockey, crisscrossing the numbers to get some stats because we didn't have any systems. But now sports has evolved. Everyone's data hungry. So I'm going to take my first question across to Ramki. Ramki, back in the days, you had a very stable career. You were working in a bank. You didn't have to worry about anything. You had a sorted life. But suddenly one fine day you just thought, this is not what I want to do. And you had this idea that you want to get into analysis in sports. So please tell us about the journey. Why did it start?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us here. I've been working with the Indian cricket team for the last 20 years, helping the Indian hockey team for the last 13 years. And the journey started. I was a cricketer myself. I was starting to play for the country. Went on to represent the country in a very different way. Played up to junior state, was in the state government, played around after that. Got into sports, got into technology, and couldn't keep away from sports. So convert sports and technology. That's how it started. And my father bought me a video camera, and the day it was released in Singapore, there was a sharp handycam, and I immediately took to my nets and asked my friend to take a video of me playing. That was the first time ever I've seen myself playing, and probably the journalist in me started then, when the analyst in me started then. And so I analyzed about 100,000 cricketers in the company of all the top coaches in the world, a lot of biomechanics, so plenty of experience. And everywhere when I went in, there was faced with resistance. People said, like in a typical coach's language, KISS concept. Keep it super simple. Was all the coaches said. All these things are not necessary. Naked eye coaching is more than enough. Let's keep it super simple. So I was not convinced. I wanted to show the world how it can be done. So I started providing services, and that really picked up. And immediately the coaches embraced whatever I said. And suddenly I was working with all the top coaches, and then I got to do a presentation for the coaches done by John Wright. He asked me to talk on for 45 minutes on visual-based coaching for the Indian coaches, and all the coaches are all the big players, Indian players, they're all legends. And finally, at the end of the day, he said, there is a vacancy in the Indian cricket team. Do you want to join as an analyst of the Indian team? I said, no Indian would refuse that offer. He said, money is not great. I said, no Indian would refuse that offer, and I'm on board. So that's how I joined the Indian team in 2003. And before that, it was all about biomechanics, technique correction, more about making it more efficient, injury prevention, lot of other things. And the entire thing changed when I joined the team. I realized that it is not about the biomechanics alone. I mean, there are multiple facets to performance. And one common thing which is generated from all these modules is data. So interpreting the data, translating the data into a language which is easily understandable by the coach and players. That was the important thing which I felt, and John had kept pushing me for data. I never had any data in hand, and I used to travel cricket floor. They used to open their office at 3 o'clock in the morning. We used to collect the data and provide it to the team. And that is the day when I decided that we will set up our own data center, backend data center. Those days, even if I had to buy a mouse pad, everybody will say, is Australia doing it? Because we'll always follow Australia. Even Dr. Tyagarajan is saying, we have an Australian model, English model. What about the Indian model? When are we going to develop the model? Are we always going to follow it? When can we leave? We are made to follow the Australians. But the other side, you're asked to beat the Australians, right? So you're glorifying the Australians and asking them to beat them also. So we decided to change all that. India is a hub of technology. We want to make the world follow what we're doing. And for the first time in the history of cricket, we established a back-end data center collecting almost about 1,000 days of cricket in a year. 1,000 days of cricket in a year, and then collecting data from that, extracting data, mining that, and providing competitive intelligence to the team. And that's how I went into the team. And in India, it's always what cricket have we played, what game have we played, what level of the game have we played, give us advice. Right? So, this proved a valuable vehicle for me to get inroads into the team, get into the minds of people. And for the first time in the history of Indian cricket, 2003-2004 Australia series, that was the first time ever competitive intelligence was provided in a visual manner for the team. And that played a huge role. And the team won a test match after many years. And the dressing room is very different than the team wins, right? So my initial momentum was obtained with the team winning matches. We all went on to Pakistan, and there again we beat Pakistan in ODI and Test. So that's how we started. And they are coming to multiple sports. I mean, I've played multiple sports. So went on to India, asked for some proof of concept. So I asked them to give me somebody who is not likely to qualify for Olympics. And they suggested a high jumper, and we said, okay, I didn't know anything about high jump, but I knew that I had the self-belief and confidence that we had. And we did about 350 jumps on high jumper. And we found out a pattern that we established a pattern that every time she was hitting the bar, a takeoff body was very close to the bar. So this is a pattern which was established. And we went into the athlete, and they were not aware. Because they were doing it naked eye, they didn't have the tools, unfortunately, the coaches were not provided the tools. Even today, not many coaches have the tools, right? So how do we provide more data, more information, and how do we empower the coaches to take the right decision and accelerate the stage? So that's what happens. Small changes keep into your technique without your knowledge, and it's not visible to the naked eye. So how do you collect data? How do you establish all these points with enough data collected over a period of time? It is not about one session and you look and say that okay, he or she is doing right thing or wrong. You have to look at them from multiple angles, multiple situations, and then start collecting data and then provide your intervention accordingly. So data has really made me a very different person. Initially it was not designed for that, but suddenly I realized data is everything. Because, like John Wright said, nobody is going to change, extend my contract if I help change somebody's technique. They're going to extend my contract only if we win the series. So winning with data was a concept which drove me through.
Thank you. So I think that journey just tells us that it started with video analysis, but somewhere it's transpired and now data has become everything. So the next question is towards Dr. Nikhil. Athlete generates a lot of data. How much of that is being recorded today? And how early can we start collecting these data?
So if we go back to the premise you started with when we began, to imagine someone on the podium in 2036. Now if you imagine that person is between 22 and 24 years of age, then today that person is 10 to 12 years of age. So I'll answer the question with the perspective of a 10 to 12 year old. Not much data has been collected, hardly any, because a 10 to 12 year old would be in school. Most schools don't have the means to capture good quality data. Most schools, school kids will not be wearing smartwatches or fitness bands or HRM monitors. I think there's been enough talk on this same platform that we don't promote sports as much as we should at the school level. So to answer your question, the person who's going to win a medal in 2036 today, a lot of data is not being captured, nothing with regards to their progress when they were 10, when they were 11, when they were 12, in terms of speed, power, flexibility, endurance, performance in their sport, number of hours of training, number of hours of sleep. None of those data points are being captured. And not just captured, like Sir mentioned, it's not being analyzed to see the trends as they get older. So yeah, that's where we are at.
And I think we hear this words called sharing is caring. I think we've heard that on TV adverts for jams and the cream biscuits. But how important is this sharing of data between clubs, between academies, between state associations important so that we can produce that athlete for 2036?
You need non-money. So if, say I'm running a badminton academy with 30 kids and I'm doing the assessments for them, I have a very, very small sample size. I cannot use the information I gather from that small sample size to train the 31st or the 41st person who joins the academy, because that is not an indicator of how the 41st or the 31st child will progress. But if there is sharing of data between academies, or if there are normative tables which are established, which are India specific, then whether the academy is in Haryana or Karnataka or Kerala or Sikkim, they can all look at the benchmarks of, say, someone who's done really well at the international level. Where were they at age 12? Where were they at age 13? Now that can't happen today, that can't happen tomorrow. It requires a significant amount of time and effort to gather the data and set up longitudinal assessments of it. But unless you start compiling data from across the country, you won't get India-specific norms. Then, as Sir mentioned, you're always following someone else.
And one of the problems that Dr. Nikhil pointed at was the data is not being collected. But is that because we don't have the systems? I think we have someone in Mr. Weber Agashe. I've been asked to be very specific because I've got two Weber sitting right next to me. So this is for Mr. Weber Agashe. You have a system called an athlete monitoring system. Can you please tell us more about it? And why is it important to track the longitudinal growth of an athlete?
Okay. So let me tell you why I in fact got into athlete monitoring. Till about 2015-16, I was primarily working as a mental coach with Olympian athletes. I worked with good shooters who got medals and all. At the same time, I also worked with athletes who are starting. So I've worked with kids who are just 10 or 11-year-old and they have trained with me for almost 10 years, like a long-term period. So what I was seeing is that whenever I'm interacting with any athlete, I'm spending this lot of time asking them questions, talking to them after 1 month. What is the training that you have done in last month? How is the training going? How is the form? What are the kind of assessments they have done? So a part of a trainer, I'm just wasting the athlete's time and I'm wasting my own time also, because I have 1 hour limited time and I'm just trying to gather background information. So why not have that information in one place so that whatever physical assessment has been done, I'm able to see that. Whatever training he has done in last 1 month or last 3 months, I'm able to see that. So that was my personal requirement. And I also felt many times while interacting with the athletes that athlete may come to me and talk about lack of confidence in a match situation, or he's under tremendous pressure in a match situation. But once you actually do a deep dive into why the confidence is low, or why they are actually feeling more pressure in a match, could be because there is some technical change which has happened in last 1 or 2 months prior to competition,
the athlete has not actually been able to adapt it. It has not become like a routine for the athlete, so he is not able to actually perform consciously in the competition under pressure. So these were the situations. So I actually sought out a system which is able to provide a common platform where every trainer, every stakeholder who's working with the athletes is like putting the data in one place, and that kind of a system I found athlete monitoring system. So that's how I brought that system in India. And currently we are working with like organizations like BCCI, then some centers of Sports Authority of India, then we are working with Olympic Gold Quest, even Sri Ramchandra University and many other organizations. And what I'm seeing is that there's an immense value in having the data in one place. If the data is scattered, if it is just lying in like individuals, if it is lying in different places, it is no use. So if the data science has to actually work, the data has to be in one place, all the tools have to be in one single place, and that is the only way to collaborate. And in fact, I would be very happy to see that young professionals are like putting extra work when they are actually doing the data-driven work. So in these organizations or even beyond the one which I have not mentioned, I'm seeing that young coaches, young SLCs, young physiotherapists, they're trying to capture all the work which is being done with the athletes, and it has a great value. As an example, whenever there is a handing over of an athlete from one physio to the next one, if there is a system in which all the athletes' previous injuries are available, all the clinical notes are there in the same place, all the medicines which have been given, all the x-rays, all the documents related to assessment are there, all the previous assessments are there, it's very, very valuable. So that the new team which starts working, they get a lot of benefit. Otherwise, they're not just again starting from zero, they're not starting with a blindly. So that's what the system provides.
So now that we have a system, Mr. Daga, the question is, how important does it become to track the injury data of a player, especially at youth level? Because I know when it comes to sports science, everyone is thinking elite level. The access of technology and the science behind it, everything is available for elite level. But how important does it become to collect this injury data and track it across years in youth system?
As you said, I mean, yes, it's very important. I mean, injury prevention is the most important part of the sport. I mean, injury prevention is what will take you to the next performance also. It's, I mean, I wouldn't say, injury prevention is performance development. So, you know, it's, unfortunately, we have people, I come from a background of cricket for so many years and I'm working in cricket. We've been capturing our own set of data. I mean, we don't have a system to capture it, but we are kind of maintaining our Excel sheets and all those stuff. But we don't know what the trends are going on. So once we have a system like what Bharat was mentioning, was like an athlete monitoring system, we probably get an injury surveillance data about each and every sport in India, and that also very important, the injuries data. We don't have anything right now to fall back upon as a normative way, as Nikhil mentioned. We need to develop that. I mean, forget about only the science, not even the injury, what kind of injury trends we see. So today we are relying on the data captured in the European football, for example, or Australian cricket, for example, or any other sport abroad, and those are the normative things which we refer to when we're talking about an evidence-based practice. So, I mean, evidence-based is very important, sports physiotherapy or sports medicine, as we say, or sports science per se. So, it's very much important for us to have this collection of what injuries are there across the age groups, how they develop, and at least that capture of during the injury surveillance is so important that we will be able to have those preventive programs looking at the trends, how the injuries develop.
Fantastic, and I think it is very important that we have more of this data collected on Indian players. We have these research done, journal articles published, because we have a demography which is vast. We have northeastern players who are very different body type to a player coming from Tamil Nadu. A Punjabi player is different to a player coming from Central India. So I think if we have to take an advantage of all that, we need to do a lot more research, collect a lot more data on our Indian athletes and not just rely on European and Australian journals all the time. So I'm just going to go all the way to Ramesh. When we talk about, when we even think about IIT, we think about research, producing engineers, top technology. Please tell us what is going on in IIT, because I can see this is the calm before the storm.
Yes, thanks for that, Aditya. So at IIT, we set up the Center for Excellence in Sports Science and Analytics almost 2 years back. And as you rightly said, it was clearly recognizing the extent of research expertise that we have in the field of liquid analysis, AI, ML, IoT, and all the work that we have done in the data science field of things, including some efforts in terms of indigenization of certain paid products and applications as part of our larger mandate with the Government of India. So over the 2 years, there have been a body of work of at least 15 to 20 unique publications, and we have a collaboration with Kansas University specific to biomechanical analysis, where we look at doing joint projects. But in all of that, as you clearly said, it's on research work focused on Indian athletes, and also with Northwestern universities, where the focus is clearly on looking at analyzing ball science and coming up with unique applications, products that can help federations, that can help players and coaches come up with insights, plan game strategies and all of that. And to date, as I said, we have 2 patented products and 5 or 6 waiting to be released over the next 5 to 6 months. The first one is something called a smart boxer, which we kind of developed in collaboration with IS Sports in Bharat, and that's currently being used there. What essentially it does is map the player's movement in the boxing ring and kind of gives a force impact analysis as well as a zone analysis using high-end computer vision analysis. The second one is in the field of gait analysis, where we leverage our expertise in IoT and AI/ML to come up with both a sensor-based as well as a force-plate model to kind of help with an analysis that not just looks at the center of weight, but also the basic swing and movement of a player. And for that, we've been working with RCB and also testing it in some of the hospitals in South. So these have been some of the products. Another product that's down the pipeline is still at an experimental stage where we're looking at using ultrasound to do a first level assessment of player injuries on a sporting field. And if all goes well, that would be the first product to be indigenized from IIT Madras. And we're looking at probably test launching it in another 6 months' time from now. What it essentially does is, at a first level of injury assessment by coaches or physios at a playing field, rather than the conventional model, it actually enables them to carry a portable ultrasound machine with a live feed going up to our center, where there are actually analysts who can do a first level assessment and take a call. The person needs to rise up or taken on an ambulance to the nearest hospital for next year. In terms of our vision, clearly, it's clearly to be the #1 sports science and analytics center in the world in the 3-year time frame. And we know the centers that everyone mentions about UK and Australia. And we're kind of clearly voiced. And since joining in, I've spent 24 years with ESPN, and what really piqued or irritated me always is, even in developed countries, when someone talks about investment in sports tech, if you look at the venture capital investment as well as investment by various bodies, almost more than 50% is clearly to drive fan engagement, to look at products that kind of gamify the fan experience. So it's largely in the entertainment zone. And even there in those markets, probably 30 to 35% in terms of athlete enhancement. So specific to that, where as a center we are clearly focused on what we can do to elevate our offering, more specifically look at indigenization solutions. And thirdly, look at sports that have historically been negative. As I said, clear Indian sports were in line with our vision for the Olympics.
So I've got one question that I open it to all the panelists, and you can just pick and choose to answer. When we think about sports science, the general thought process is GPS units, heart rate monitors, fancy labs with 3D cameras, high-tech technology, and so on, which most probably could be made use by the top athletes in the country. But let's say if we have to get started at grassroots level, is there something that those athletes can make use of? Because the future Sachin Tendulkar or Sunil Chetri or Sardar Singh, who's already waiting to get onto that podium, he will be waiting for some piece of tech or some way to collect that data or throw that data that can be collected. Your viewpoints on that?
Yeah. So, all data is important. Any data can contribute to the success, right? Okay, I'll take the case study of India. 2012 Olympics, Germany made 480 substitutions, rolling substitutions, right? The whole of Olympics. And on an average, a German player played only for 4 minutes on the field. Continuously. Compared to India, we made 240 substitutions. And there are 5 or 6 players who played the full game. So such kind of data doesn't need any big equipments or whatever it is, but it just being smart about it, collecting the data and knowing how to, knowing what data to collect, how to collect it is the next challenge. I mean, like Adi said, you don't need a software. You can make it with a pencil and a paper or an Excel sheet. Anything as simple as that, as long as you are collecting data, analyzing that data, and applying it in the right way. So that can lead to better success. It is not that you need expensive equipments. Like I told, we helped Sahana Kumari qualify for London Olympics with just a handicap. No sensors, no biomechanical equipment, nothing. Just a handicap accelerated her progress towards qualifying for the London Olympics. So, wherever the data, if you know how to collect the data, you know how to apply the data, that can lead to a win. So, winning with data.
I would just add to it, I mean, basically, we talked about having the data collected right from the grassroots level. They spoke about collecting data at the school level, which is the most important. Today, I mean, we have mobile phone as a necessity with every person, every single person owning, even the school kids. So, I mean, probably that is one of the ways of collecting some data, maybe creating some apps where we register the sports science data, the sports injury, I mean, whatever is possible. I mean, that's the simplest way, I believe so. We can develop these apps where it is possible to collect. I mean, Web of AMS definitely is an app on the mobile phone also. So it can be really used to feed in what these school kids are going about their wellness, about their injuries, about their science, how tired they are, how everything. So probably that can be the beginning. And at a podium like this, where we are looking at Vision Olympics 2036, and the government backing up these kind of programs. So I think that's the way government will take a lead step in developing some kind of a collection app or something where it can be distributed throughout the country and centrally it can be kind of centrally collected and the same data could be used in research. Go ahead.
I just want to add what Bharat said there. Clearly, 4 IME solutions. One is at a very basic level for data analysis is something that we perfected and that's a product that could be steadily used at a grassroots level. But game specific, we've already embarked on product development of actual applications in the phone IME where you track ball science. So if you're playing, say, your table tennis or your lawn tennis, you just need to fire up your phone and based on whatever images that are mapped, videos that are mapped, you will post to the site. You just send it to the cloud and you can get a coach on demand. That who actually analyzes your basic game pattern, zone analysis and offers us views on that. And coming to the point about the distributed medical history, firstly whether it's captured, and secondly how it is stored. Probably one way of it is all electronically stored. And one kind of looks at an architecture like probably the other, like a central repository that it is held behind. And kind of from a federation point of view, they make it mandatory that unless you're supporting at least the basic metrics are not there behind other infrastructure, and right from a certain age level, you would be considered for selection. That you kind of impose that, and then there is also the assurance to the player that there is privacy and it's protected, and also it's not lost in translation. So kind of storage is it.
I'll come to that question. You asked about the basic starting level system. So today, if you see actually using any app for athlete monitoring is not going to cost more than 5,000 rupees per year, and it could be the cost can be actually as low as 2,000 rupees or 2,500 rupees. So the tools are not expensive, first thing. And using the tool, you can start with the basic monitoring, which is about the athlete's well-being, the everyday recovery aspects. Even because whenever we talk of data, it is always the objective data, variable data, but the subjective data also is of immense value. And in fact, I see a lot of active awareness and education value if the athletes start to fill up wellness logs every day. Because if you're asking them a certain question and athletes are answering those questions regularly, you're creating an awareness that, okay, if someone is asking me a question about my sleep quantity, sleep quality, how fatigued I am feeling, so that actually makes them introspect and come up with an answer. If you're asking athletes a question about their relative percent exertion after the end of the training, they are again pausing and actually looking at their own body and getting an answer. And you can actually calculate load based on that. So these systems are not going to cost nothing. But if you want to actually add a bit of variable, someone can just even go for basic good Polar or Garmin kind of a heart rate watch which gives the heart rate variability data. Now the prices have come down. So even if you want to have a world-class medically acceptable kind of a data, you can get Polar H10 or any such wearable at less than 10,000. The price will be somewhere around 6,000-7,000. For larger organizations, of course, they get it. I mean, in case you go for alternate belts, the price is actually under 3,000 rupees. So you just invest 3,000 rupees in a proper HRV belt. You know how athletes recovered. You have the hard data, you have the soft data, what the athletes are telling you. You look at both the aspects, and as a coach or as a trainer, you can always draw your own conclusions based on that.
Yeah, so I will bring it back down to a 10-12-year-old who is training today. Right? Today, for most of the population, spending that kind of money is difficult. And secondly, when you are talking about testing in schools, the parents may or may not be ready to shell out extra, always. Right? That's because I have a sports science lab in Mumbai.
What do you think is the budget of the athlete if they have actually?
I'll tell you something.
Because why I'm saying this is that when we say that athletes don't have budget, actually I developed an app for athletes, and I thought that Android phones are cheaper, and almost 70 to 80% of the athletes would have Android phones. So let's have an app on the Android phone. But after developing, I realized that every athlete, even at the entry-level athletes, they are insisting that they want to have an iPhone from their parents. So they are ready to invest that kind of money on the phone. So these HRVs...
I'll tell you where I'm coming from. So I do high-end assessments. I have gas analyzers, motion sensors in my lab, and I test high-performance athletes in the lab. But I also work with schools in Mumbai. So one popular school is Don Bosco, which is a sports-centered school. They have always been among the best hockey teams and football teams in the city for the last 45 years. Right? You go to the high school, which is underground in the government. You talk to the parents. They will spend money on an iPhone. They won't spend money on sports assessment. That's the problem, right? I completely agree with them that they have iPhones, but parents will not shell extra. But you do have field tests, which cost nothing. And you can always capture a lot of data using field tests. Simple stuff like beep test and tests for flexibility, speed, power, agility. They don't cost anything. All you need is a whistle, a stopwatch and codes. But at least for a 10-year-old, when he turns 11, when he turns 12, when he turns 13, for the entire group, you can track their progress. So every April, I go to Don Bosco, we test 800 kids in 12 days using field tests. We have tried to use mobile apps for checking for vertical jump, for checking for gait. We do use that, but it's not always quick enough. Because if you're going to test 800 kids in 12 days, essentially you're getting 2.5 to 3 hours a day. So that's about 24 hours you have to test 800 kids. That's not an easy task. And that is the only time available because it's part of their summer camp. So there are always areas where you have to use multiple options at your disposal. So someone who's in shooting who comes to Vaibhav can afford an iPhone, does the data collection on the iPhone, superb. You go to a school, a Catholic school, which is under grant from a government, parents not really willing to shell extra money, you use field tests and everything in between. But bottom line is the data needs to be captured.
So I think a couple of takeaways is one is sports science is available at all levels, and secondly, not just the phones, even the parents need to be smarter when it comes to thinking about the investments that they make for the kids. So now I just leave the floor open for any questions from the audience. Okay, so there is one. Fantastic.
Could you take the mic, please?
Hello, yes.
Yeah.
Is it possible in sports psychology domain, collaborating data science and sports psychology for the sports psychologist? Athletes would be much of help if data science could be used in this domain. Questions to any of
You're in the mental training also, please.
It's very, very helpful because in fact psychology, as a part of the regular psychology practice, you would be doing a lot of assessments, that is your own data. And based on that again, you have to share some insights with the coach, or sometimes it can also be you have to share something with the physical trainer. So it can be the soft assessment or the soft data that you're doing. Similarly, in case you are using any biofeedback equipment or actual, let's say, hand-eye coordination data or reaction time kind of testing, that all data has to be shared with the other professionals. And in your own practice also, of course, you would like to look at the other data coming from it, so that you're very well prepared and equipped to talk to the athletes. And whatever athletes are telling you, you already have data coming from other professionals. That is going to add context to it.
A question by using app also it could be helpful, because not only biomechanics or data science.
I'll let you answer that. So it's a continuation of what Vaibhav Agash said. The mind and the body don't go separate, right? So stuff like whether you're hydrated well, whether you're slept well, quality and quantity of your sleep, what was your mood when you woke up in the morning, your resting heart rate data, when you wake up in the morning, all of those give you an insight into the athlete. And if you're not physically well off, it is going to affect you.
Stress level could also be used.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you.
There are about 55 million kids playing sports in this country, and collecting data from there, right, it's a huge effort, right? 55 million, and it's a huge number, but it can be simplified by using data, and how we can, even today, I can upload a video, and then a coach from a remote location can contribute to the development of the player, right? And that can be automated also. You can develop with all the deep learning, you can develop a baseline, and then any deviation from the mean is a good story to tell to the coach and the athlete. So all of these are possible. Only thing is what we need is the intent to collect data and more data centric, and then our rate of development will be much faster than what we are doing.
And again, just to add very quickly, when you're sharing the data, or of course any system which is allowing you to collaborate and share the data with other professionals, it will also give you the facility of what to share and what not to share. So the access control will be very, very important. That okay, the medical data, like, do you really need to share everything, or you can just share the summary and how long the athlete is not going to be available. So, and what is the instruction coming from the medical side. So you can actually choose what to share in form of a summary, and anything which you feel confidential, you can always turn it off, and you don't share the confidential even with the same professional. So let's say mental trainer doesn't need to share everything, otherwise the confidentiality will get broken.
I'm being time conscious as well, so we'll just take one question. I think Mr. Piyush had a question.
My question is to Mr. Ram. I think I'm loud enough. My question is to Mr. Ram. As you said, you are working for around 20 years for cricket, and I know few of the analysts are associated with the hockey teams as well. So do you have any institution of developing performance analysts, something like that? You are educating?
We don't conduct private but we do on behalf of the organization. Like for the BCCI, they want to do it, or if any state association wants to do it, or the Hockey Federation wants to do it, we can train. And I think it's a great career opportunity for a lot of youngsters. Already we have trained a lot of people in both cricket and hockey. And if there is a specific requirement like that, we can train people on how to collect the data, how to process the data, and how to get the right correlations going on.
Because Sai has also started a performance analyst diploma course in Patiala in the last year actually. So I really wanted to know that if you have those educators, and we can collaborate with you in that manner.
Sure. Okay. We can do it.
Yeah. Thank you.
So with that, we'll probably conclude this panel discussion here. I'd like to thank the audience. I'd like to thank all the panelists. It's been an honor to share this stage with you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. What an insightful session, and I think with all the ideas and thoughts we heard, this is the very first time that Bharat Sports Science Conclave has been organized, and the whole point is the athletes being aware, the aspiring athletes and coaches being aware that these are the data that needs to be collected. Because as a presenter, I work with grassroots, ground level athletes, aspiring athletes, and they do not know that these are the things that they need to keep a track on. So I think we have started a narrative with this platform, and thank you very much for your insights for the same. I would invite Shri Anupam Das Gupta, Head Sports Transstadium, to kindly come on stage and felicitate our panelists. I would request Shri Das Gupta to kindly felicitate Mr. Vaibhav Daga, Head Sports Science and Rehab, Consultant Sports Medicine, Kodila and Yobayabani Hospital, Center for Sports Medicine. I would request Shri Das Gupta to kindly felicitate Mr. Vaibhav Agashi, Mental Trainer and AMS Expert, Founder and Director, NBI Systems. I would request Shri Das Gupta now to felicitate Dr. Nikhil Lathe, Director, Pro Physio. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause? I would request Shri Das Gupta to kindly felicitate Mr. Ramesh Kumar, CEO, Sports Science and Analytics, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. I would request Shri Das Gupta to kindly now felicitate, indeed, a stalwart in the ecosystem, Mr. Ramakrishnan Subramaniam, Founder and CEO, Sports Mechanics India Private Limited. And then I would request Shri Gupta to kindly felicitate Mr. Aditya Chakravarti, Head of Football Operations, FC Madras. I would request our panelists and our models to kindly come forward for a group photograph. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our panelists and our moderator. And now I would invite Shri Anupam Das Gupta, Head Sports Transstadium, to give the closing remarks. So please.
conclude the Bharat Sports Science Conclave 2024 and will give immense gratitude for the collective enthusiasm and intellect that has permeated the hall since morning. We had engaging sessions from LDAD to injury management, to physiology, to nutrition, to data science. This event has nothing been short of an inspiration. As the Honorable Minister in the morning mentioned that it is just the beginning and the next one will be a bigger and better. We are in the process of felicitating and recognizing the people who who work behind the scene to ensure that the athletes get the due respect at the elite level. We would also like to take inputs from you and understand how we can structure it better in the next edition. I would like to thank the important people who was part of this journey in the last 2 months. Honorable Sports Minister Shri Anurag Thakurji, Srimati Sujata Chaturvedi Ma'am, Secretary Sports, Government of India, Mr. Vimal Anandji, Sports Projects Director, Government of India, Mr. P.K. Gupta ji, Under Secretary, Government of India, and all the team members of the HRDS scheme and the Ministry of Youth and Sports for their continued